live on TikTok. I'm just going live on YouTube as well now. And I need to fix the title on TikTok here. Flat Earth versus Globe. It is not a test anymore, because we mostly ironed out the details here. Oh, come on. Why is that still? Oh, no. Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We got a decent number of people on YouTube already. 9 viewers at the moment, I think. Welcome, everyone. YouTube live chat is already kind of active. So wonder what scheduling live will do on YouTube. Let's see. We got Max and Tiles saying first and second, and Drunk Debunk saying third. Mr. Sir saying fourth. Lindsay saying fifth. Specs says hello. Hello, Specs. Max V says seventh. You skipped six. Oh, well. No, I guess Specs says hello instead of sixth. 43 minutes? Haha, looks like I am ninth. You're eighth. Whoops. Time for a dookie and some coffee. D-Vet said that. Charles Arnold, where am I? Is this why TikTok flirts are the craziest? They never sleep. There could be something to that. I don't know. Good to see you, big man. Am I pronouncing that wrong? Is it Bigman? I could be pronouncing that wrong. Like emphasis on the first syllable and kind of like I don't know, like the name Foreman instead of Foreman. It's Foreman. Is that it? Bigman. Okay, so on YouTube we got Tiles saying Peter Markley about to take a dookie on Flat Earth. Well, I mean, we'll see, I guess. Lindsay Bo says, hey, Peter. Hey, Lindsay. Tiles says, let's go. Real Cygnus says, yo-yos. Good to see you, Real Cygnus. Okay, Big Man says it's Big Man the way you've been pronouncing it. Is that correct, Big Man? Max V says Earth is flats. Chris, the German spy. No, it's rugged. Rugged flat. I had somebody in my live last night. Was that Chris? Chris, the German spy? He was saying, or maybe Chris, the German spy, just saw the guest last night. I honestly don't remember what the username was. Rugged flat because God and other crap. Checkmate Globers. Max V is obviously joking. Okay, Big Man says I'm pronouncing his name correctly. My basketball is Earth-shaped. Real Cygnus says Earth, young AF. Yeah, I'm not gonna open those conversations here. Max V, it's a little quiet, but not sure if it's because I'm in a noisy place. Oh, my live is a little quiet? Well, testing 1, 2, 3. My levels are mostly in the green. Here, I'll show you on, hopefully this doesn't create an infinite mirror effect. This is for the people on YouTube. I'm just showing them the levels. See that, the green? That's my voice, and it's pushing right at the top of the green right there. So any louder, and I feel like somehow that would be some kind of crime, but I have no idea. I'm not an audio professional. That's my wife's purview. She actually has a published album on iTunes, but I don't know if she wants me to tell you guys that. It was from years ago. Okay, so Max V says, yeep, your mic is a bit low. Is it? Really? I just showed you. I mean, Max V says should be closer to red. Really? Not red, but yellow. Okay, so you're saying it's supposed to be in the yellow? Is that so? I feel like I'm a little skeptical of that. Okay. Oh yeah, Chris the German spy says no, I stole it from them. Yeah. Okay. Uh. Real Cygnus just says just effing with you. Okay. Icy Spin says I'm broadcasting your live in TDDS voice chat right now. Say hi. Is Drunk Debunk live right now? Oh no, voice chat on Discord. Okay. I was like, I didn't think I'd be stepping on anybody's toes this time of night. All right, I should pay some attention to TikTok here. Coop joined. Welcome, Coop. Big Man says, I asked if the Earth is flat on a live. Why is it day some places and night other? On Flat Earth model works. Yeah, well, that's because they have a robothmist model. They deny sunset in exchange for explaining time zones. Ancient people, all Flat Earth cultures in ancient times, understood sunset, but they didn't know that time zones were a thing. So, robothmism makes that exchange in order to preserve Flat Earth. I showed the Venn diagram of that last night. I could show that again if you guys want. Big Man says he just went on a rant about horizons for 30 minutes without answering the question. Oh, that's beautiful. Gotta love Flurf's capacity at explaining things. Lay says only reason to be a flat world is if we were a ring world. Kind of like in Halo or something. Crescent moon shadows proves no flat Earth. Yep. It's been proven multiple times that the Earth is round. Multiple is an understatement. Lay says ancient times believed sacrificing children would magically make it rain. All right, well, I mean that's true, and like there were certainly cult religions at the time that were harmful and superstitious, and I don't condone those, but at the same time, I really don't believe personally that we as a modern society are in much of a position to pass judgment on that society as a whole, like saying that those people believed that because they were dumber than us or because they were more misguided or less enlightened. Like, really, I don't think that's true. That's kind of a secular humanist point of view, and I don't subscribe to secular humanism. I believe the ancient people were just as smart as us, just as capable of arriving at truth or falsehood as us, and they did both to different extents. So, blows my mind people can believe Earth is flat. It's not flat, it's a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. Yep, oblate spheroid. That's what I said. John Ruggiero says, then why? Then why what? Let's see. Oh, we got Daniel Charles Wilson back in here from last night. Dude, by now you should have gotten a TikTok account because like I said last time, nobody likes a keyboard warrior. If you're just gonna heckle in here, that's not helpful to anybody. Okay, so Max V says as long as you don't go red, you're fine on the volume thing. Well, actually, I think I've got it turned up to the max on the software. Maybe I could turn it up a bit here. All right, everybody brace yourselves. I'm going to turn up my volume on the gain on my hardware mic. That means both TikTok and YouTube. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Is that better? Okay. Icy Spin says no variant voice chat. Okay. It's day some places and night other because the sun is simply not in the area. Yeah, that's the robothemist explanation. It's sunset denial. They explain time zones in exchange for denying sunset. That's what's going on here with Daniel Charles Wilson. Nothing proves flat Earth except topography. Lunar eclipse shows you that the Earth is a. Okay, I lost my place. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna catch up on YouTube. I gotta skip some stuff. Sorry, guys. Thank you for suggesting hitting the like button, Icy Spin. I appreciate that. Good suggestion. Everybody should do that. But on both TikTok and YouTube, really. Although on TikTok you just tap the screen. It's not a like button per se. Oh, Max V says louder, but there's also more background noise because you raised the gain. The thing is, my software slider's already at the top. So that's, I mean, should I turn it back down? Here, my wife might be texting me or something about that. No. She's the audio professional among the two of us. Between the two of us. He says it's okay. Yeah, whatever. Tile says, if you don't know how to join, I have no hope for your understanding of reality. Daniel Charles Wilson, I'm deceiving Robert Hunt, question mark, because I don't believe what you do. The sun simply moves out of sight. Yes. Yeah, except Daniel Charles Wilson, that is not correct. That's completely false. That's a made-up cult dogma that has absolutely zero physical evidence to support it. What we see with sunset is undeniably the sun going below eye level. There is absolutely no way to reconcile the physical evidence of sunset with your claim right there. That's just a magical rescuing device. Me says, what's happening in here? Well, the idea is that eventually I will have some guest requests. I don't have any right now. Okay. Yeah, so if anybody wants to chat about flat versus globe. Oh, we got a guest request. We got Bryston C6221. All right, now last time there was a bit of a stutter and a glitch, so everybody be prepared. I'm gonna let the guest join. Hello, Bryston. I think we're good.
What's your stance?
What's my stance? Well, I side with mainstream science on this one.
So, globe or flat?
Globe.
Oh, okay, cool. We're on the same page. No.
Shoot.
Your setup did not give an explanation. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, the reason I do that is because I'm trying to basically... That's not helpful, I'll hide that. I'm trying to basically have a non-confrontational approach toward flat earthers. And the trade-off there is, of course, that it leaves room for confusion, but I think that's an okay trade-off. Like, because my goal is to avoid mocking, avoid insults, avoid the guerrilla tactics that you often see flat earthers do, and I'm projecting, or I'm going to turn this down a little bit. I'm trying to project to them that I will do the same so that they can reciprocate. I'm trying to initiate that better tone and that better conversation. And I know, they don't really deserve it as a whole. Like, flat Earth is a disgusting, dangerous cult, but individual flat earthers sometimes might respond well to that. And so what I've described this as is kind of like painting for gold. There's gonna be a lot of dirt to sift through, but there will be one person once in a while who is trying to engage genuinely on a human level.
So, Peter, I'm with you. Just curiosity, okay?
Uh-huh.
Do you have a degree or experience, or where are you coming from on this?
I just have like an art degree, well, two art degrees from college.
Okay.
But I'm
So do
a
you
designer and developer professionally.
okay? So do you debate a lot of flat earthers?
Yes. Well, a fair amount.
So my uncle is a flat earther,
Oh yeah.
and our family is he's completely conspiracy out of his mind on everything. I'm
Yeah.
sure you see that a lot.
Yeah.
What is in your opinion? What do you think is like the emphasis, or like where these people become flat earthers? Or like what's a common theme you see with them?
Well, there's a few common themes that we could look at. Like obviously there's um, the fact that a lot of them are coming from a Michael Toon likes to call it religiflers. They come from a point of view of like believing in Bible literalism. Now, to be to give full disclosure, I am a young Earth creationist. So some people would call me a Bible literalist, but the problem is the Bible never says the Earth is flat. Like never, not even once. So uh, they're really distorting the Bible when they do that. Anyway, I guess that's a little beside the point. There's a lot of flat earthers who approach it from a religious point of view. Not all, but a lot. And another theme, a common theme, might be that what you pointed out about conspiratorialism. That's pretty much all flat earthers. Like I would go so far as to say you cannot be a flat earther without being whole hog into essentially all conspiracy theories. Like, because obviously, yeah, I'm gonna turn this down a little more because I'm seeing it touch red sometimes. Um, Obviously, like we live in a day and age where like individual rovers that we've put on Mars have their own Twitter accounts, right? Like the amount of information we have streaming in from like space stuff and science is just enormous. There's really no shortage of information proving the Earth to be a sphere. So in order to be a flat earther, you have to believe that all of that is some kind of gigantic lie. And this is a strong contrast from ancient flat earthers. I was mentioning earlier that they simply had ignorance of time zones, and they acknowledged sunset. Their sun went below the Earth at night, in their mind. So it's a completely different paradigm now with robothemism. That's what I call it, where the sun goes in a circle overhead and never goes under the earth. Um, and that comes with a whole lot of baggage. The conspiratorial stuff is a huge part of that. It's science denial instead of simple ignorance. It's like a fundamentally contrarian point of view. So all of those, I guess, would be my I have a pretty long-winded answer to your question.
So do you feel like they're worth saving, or they're so far gone? Because my uncle, like, there's no way anyone could convince him. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think every human being obviously has value, whether they are like irredeemably deceived or not. Uh, and so, because of that, to the extent that I could, I would always try to engage with one. Um, it's I have another guest. Big man, did you put this guy up here? Welcome, Papa.
Hey, I'm gonna let y'all finish. I'm just gonna mute.
Okay. So as I was saying, the I think by merit of the fact that he's a human being, it would be worth continuing to try to engage with him as long as that's possible, right? So I have a friend who's a flat earther. I was friends with this guy going back years, even years before he got into flat Earth, and we shared a fairly decently large community. He was a guy in my church, So it was kind of shocking to me when I found out he was going flat Earth, and it was like, I wanted to try to talk to him and pull him back out of it, but he was already too far gone. And to this day, like, he keeps putting up walls so that I can't really open the topic with him. Um, he does that pretty aggressively, and that's almost more sad to me than the fact that he is a flat earther, because I feel like if I had a friend who was a flat earther who didn't mind discussing it with me, even if I never could persuade them, um, and as long as those conversations stayed positive in their tone and their direction, like of mutual understanding or camaraderie or whatever, then I would appreciate that. I think I would really enjoy that, even if it never persuaded them. That's just me,
So
though, so I don't know.
no, I'm for me though. It's like flat earthers, like it's so selective evidence, right?
Yeah.
They pick out their evidence and like they're like, hey, what about the other side? And they're like, oh well, my uncle Rick, right? He's like, oh no, like NASA's a liar, and it's all confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess part of the question, I guess two-part question, is it even worth entertaining someone that just lives off confirmation bias? And two, how do you even debate or argue or talk to someone that has let's say a quote unquote fake news idea for everything that goes against their beliefs? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so with anyone that I disagree with, that I'm going to have a discussion with about the disagreement, the goal in my mind is to always begin by rooting around for what common ground there might be. Um, and that could be challenging if you're engaging with someone whose worldview is like just completely opposite to yours in every way or something. But usually there is some kind of common ground you can find. Something that you can agree on, adjacent to the topic, that you can kind of work outward from there. That would be the approach I would probably take. And like for flat earthers, often what I will try to do is, especially since I am a young earth creationist, a Christian, I come at it from the point of view of acknowledging that a critique of secular humanism is valid. I don't believe in secular humanism. And flat earth, I think, on some deep level, a lot of them are driven by a sort of deep-seated uh, like reaction against secular humanism. And so I try, if I can, to appeal to that, um, and sort of affirm that without affirming, like sort of affirm it as a good concept, bad execution kind of thing, if that makes sense. Um, that's just my angle, though. I don't know. Like, for all I know, you might agree with secular humanism, so that obviously that might not be common ground that you could share with them. But you see what I mean? Like, you can try to find common ground, maybe. Um, I don't know. Does that help at all?
No, man, appreciate it, boss. I'm gonna hop off, but appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for joining. All right, Papa. Are you a flat earther or a glober? Or something else? You still around?
I am so sorry. What's up, Peter?
No
Yeah, you
problem.
can call me Matt. So you don't have to call me. You don't have to call me Papa.
Okay.
I'm a Glober. I think what you do, or last time I heard about you when you had that debate with Nathan Thompson.
Oh,
And,
yeah?
that guy's a fucking dunce. I, but man, I mean, I'm a Christian too. However, one thing, being a man of science yourself, one thing I'm kind of confused about is your views on young Earth creationism.
Okay.
Would you? Is this something where you see where you're like, hey man, I'm probably not gonna have the best answers for those like scientifically, and you understand you're rejecting fields of science that I guess kind of go against your view of young Earth creationism, but because you're rooted in I guess, like the biblical age of the earth, you can't move away from that?
Well, the very, very short answer is yes. I
Okay.
acknowledge there's a lot of physical evidence that, as a young Earth creationist, I cannot explain. Um,
Okay.
and I'm also a layman on most of it. So I really don't even have the tools to begin to attempt to explain it, which is kind of sad. But like, I don't know. That's the boat I'm in, and like, yes, it is a religiously motivated position. I believe the Bible is the Word of God, and when I read the Word of God, it
Mhm.
seems to me like it's describing a primordial origins narrative that is on the order of thousands or tens of thousands at the most years, not billions of years. And furthermore, even if I were to somehow reconcile that, there's the issues of anthropology and theology surrounding death before the fall in Genesis 3 and um, the dignity of human beings as a special direct creation of God. So those are the
Correct.
biggest reasons that I reject evolution and old Earth. Um, Obviously, those are religious reasons, not scientific reasons, and I don't really have science to back that up. Um,
Okay.
so that's
So
yeah,
sorry.
no,
So with views like this, um, do you would you be or even so you recognize that there's like a lot of things that you can't explain or reconcile, a lot of fields of physics that contradict your beliefs when it comes or your beliefs due to Christianity, um, and I think that's fine, and I even think people that want to believe the earth is flat is fine. However, when it becomes harmful is when it's like propagated, um, taught in schools, propagated, trying to get
yeah,
other
yeah.
science kind of struck down. Would you ever be for like these fields that build off radiometric dating and archaeological evidence to be like pushed down in a sense in order
No, no,
to
no. And
okay.
I think if you look at my YouTube channel, this question might be answered for you. But I definitely oppose legislating my worldview. I think that it's very harmful in today's society when Christians try to do that, and it's almost never coming from a true Christ-like point of view. It's almost always driven by a nationalist fervor that is, uh, frankly, anti-Christian to me.
Yeah.
So hopefully that answers your question. I see in the YouTube chat, it's people are saying Shifty Eyes Shady's here. Welcome, Shifty Eyes. I am so glad you're here. That's very cool.
All right.
He's an
I'm
ex
gonna
flat
drop
earther.
down. Ex flat earther. He was actually convinced.
Yeah. So are you aware of like Jaron Campanella
I
deconverting
have
from
no
flat
idea who that
earther?
is.
Oh my goodness,
No.
there is so much for you to for you to catch up on. Are you aware of the
Definitely
final
the final
experiment?
experiment guy.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
Okay. I've heard of Witsit. I've heard of Witsit.
Yes. So Jaron Campanella was one of the flat earthers who went with the TFE crew to Antarctica, and
Uh-huh.
he came back a Glober. Um,
Okay.
he didn't really go public with that for about like 2 weeks, I think, maybe a month. But like, he has
Uh-huh.
started sort of helping other flat earthers out of the cult, and Shifty Eye Shady is one of them, as I
Okay.
understand it.
Is Witsit still grifting flat Earth or?
Whitsett is still a flat earther, to my understanding.
Nice.
There's weird stuff going on with him. I'm not exactly sure where he's headed with his content or with his point of view, but he doesn't seem to be headed out of the cult. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. I've been seeing more and more flat Earthers arise on TikTok, and it's very scary. I explained gravity for 2 hours today to a lady here on TikTok, and she got just unbelievably mad after 2 hours of me explaining gravity. Um, and
That
yeah,
sounds
she couldn't understand
exhausting.
that F is equal to big G m1 m2 over r squared. And she kept saying, "Oh, this is acceleration." I'm like, "No, this is a force." She was like, "Yeah, it's acceleration. It's little g." I'm like, "No, little g is not the force."
Oh boy.
I don't know. Very, very sad. Educational system has failed.
You know, I just realized I referenced my YouTube channel, but I also mirrored that content on TikTok. So the video I was thinking of, that I mentioned a few minutes ago, is called
Yeah.
America's Dying Legacy. You'll see it pinned at the top of my TikTok profile right now. if you're interested.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
basically
am
my
interested.
whole political perspective. So, um,
Okay. Um, and this, you might answer this. If Nathan Thompson did nothing but just like, let's say he didn't want it legislated or anything like that. However, he just kind of wanted to go on and serve in a little echo chamber about like believing in flat Earth. Would you say that is a okay thing for him to do?
I'm gonna have to side with Michael Toon on this. The position he takes is that flat earthers tend to be horrible people. For example, Nathan Thompson is a proven anti-Semite, fan of the mustache man.
Yeah.
And so what Michael Toon says is that he likes those people being flat earthers because it's kind of like having a label on them and having them quarantined in their little safe zone so that the rest of society knows to stay away from them, you know. And I kind of agree with that. It's to be honest. So the way that it would be okay with me for Nathan Thompson to stop being a flat earther is if he also stops being, you know, those other things as well. So that if he was, to be seen as generally safe and normal for mingling with the rest of society, then he would hopefully actually be safe and normal for mingling with the rest of society.
Sure. I guess my question when I added Nathan Thompson, I just wanted someone absurd. Just to say a flat earther in general, they don't want to legislate their beliefs in schools. However, they just want to go on TikTok and talk about quote unquote science and just talk about flat Earth. Would you say that's like a? Would you be like in favor of someone being able to just like go on and serve in a little echo chamber about their scientific views, but then they get to say, oh, but I don't want to legislate my views. I just want to come on here and kind of spread flat Earth.
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but you might have to clarify what the alternative might be. What measures would we take to prevent that? Because that's a very important question. Mrs. Moody, I think, if I'm pronouncing that right, has requested like 3 times. So I want to make sure to
Yeah, you're good.
get her next.
Yeah, I can drop. I can drop. I watch your videos. I look forward to another debate on MDD.
Oh, I've heard they've stopped doing flat Earth debates, so I don't know if you'll get one. I'm sorry.
That's right, they did. Right. All right. But I look forward to just seeing more of your content, man.
Thank you. I appreciate
talking to
that.
you.
Thanks for joining. All right, Mrs. Moody.
Go on, Peter.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, it is Miss Moody.
Miss
Right.
Moody? Okay.
I've got an answer for that last guy's question. Like, there's 2 aspects you can look at it. You can look at it as people having like the freedom to have their beliefs, and I guess if we like banned it on TikTok and all these other apps, it would be like an impeachment on their rights. But it's also
Right.
spreading misinformation, which is a terrible thing,
Yeah.
and especially for the next generations and this and that. Uh, I don't want to live in a world where people are so set on an idea that nothing can convince them otherwise, no matter how much evidence you show to them.
Yeah.
That's my stance on that.
Yeah, it is a cult in the most negative and dangerous sense that we've come to associate with the word cult. They don't at the moment seem to be ready to like commit mass violence against themselves or others. But there was a guy named Mark Braun in 2013, I think it was, maybe 2014, who absolutely was ready to do that, or at least he was hoping to do that. And he was a flat earther. He was pretty much the origin of, well, he and Eric Dubay were the origins of the modern social media resurgence of robotimism. So it's a really hairy subject, I guess. And I agree with you, and that's kind of what I was getting at with like the other guest, like where I was saying it kind of depends on what measures you're willing to take to prevent it. So yeah, we shouldn't ban this type of speech. Although, I guess it would be a good thing if TikTok was more appropriate in their moderation of it. Um, but we should fight against it with counter speech, which is what I'm doing basically, for a number of reasons, including but not limited to the one I mentioned about it being dangerous.
Yeah, and I think it's a terrible thing how the flat Earth community is now, because you see these people changing their minds on flat Earth, and they just cut them off. Say they're shills,
Right.
say that they're terrible people because they look at evidence because they decided to think about what they're putting their life into.
Well, did you hear about what Flatzoid was saying about one of the flat earthers that was there in Antarctica for the final experiment? I don't know if you know who
No,
Flatzoid is.
I think I've seen him in a couple lives, but
He was
uh,
saying some disgusting, filthy, horrible things about Lisbeth Acosta. And like the pushback against him at this point was so strong that he's changed the name of his YouTube channel because he was trying to say like, well, these globers are too toxic. I guess I have to pivot now and not talk about flat Earth anymore. He was trying to almost position himself as a victim in the whole thing. Um, he kind of gave a fake apology. He was like, I'm sorry that they took it that way, but really, if you watch the clip, there was no good way to take it. Um,
yeah,
but like that
and
kind of thing just shows their character. It's a really disgusting, dangerous cult.
yeah, and with my experience debating on these TikTok lives, it's like once you make them look a little stupid, they get angry and they insult. I've been called slurs
Oh my goodness.
because I've proved them wrong. It's just so toxic that they can't
Yes.
have a civil debate. I'm fine if they have are like, they, this is what I believe in, and uh, if you prove me wrong,
I have
I'm
my
not
cat
gonna
here.
be mad at you or anything. But it's just so incredibly toxic the way that modern debates have become,
So I'm gonna.
especially around the private community.
Hi, Ambrose. She's pushing her face into my hand. Oh, don't stand on my keyboard, kitty. Little Ambrose. She's trying to. She's trying to lay down on my keyboard. Silly cat. Okay. Sorry about that. I was trying to share my screen here. Um, there's a website, flurf.info. This is maintained by Michael Toon, and I'm a contributor here. Um, actually, kind of an admin, but I have a page here called Bad Faith Tactics and Bad Faith Showcase. This is kind of what we were talking about, right? Like Ambrose. She just jumped onto my bookshelf. Ambrose, you probably shouldn't be up there. Down, 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 down. Ambrose. Good kitty. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you can read any of this, but this is like basically a showcase of the most horrible stuff Flat Earth. Ambrose. I'm sorry, guys. 1 second. So sorry about that. Um. So what were you saying? Can you read any of this?
I cannot.
Well, here. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Is that better at all? Actually, that doesn't.
A little bit.
Yeah, if you just go to flurf.info, you can find this stuff. But we basically try to keep receipts here for all of the most horrible stuff flat earthers do that shows their character in the way that we were talking about, right?
Like I'm up there with Fuzzy Bear too a lot, and it's just fun to debate. But the amount of people that come in there and just insult,
Yeah.
well, is a show of their character and who they are as a person. And it's like this is supposed to be a scientific debate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible that it goes here when they take it here, but that is exactly what they do because they don't care about truth. They care about defending the dogma, which to them as part of their dogma is synonymous with truth. But that's the whole point of the dogma. It's like, guys, that's not how this works.
That's all I had to say. I'm gonna drop down now.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining. Let me see here. I'll just go ahead and hide that now. Where is my control panel for multicast? It disappeared when I had to. Okay, whatever. It's here again. All right. So what's going on in the chat here? Tile says, "Let Kitty sit on the keyboard." I mean, if I could disable the keyboard so that she wouldn't perform any functions on the computer that I don't want her to perform, then I would. Yeah. Let Kitty do what she wants. She wants some attention. I know. She's so sweet. I love my little kitty. She's a rescue cat too. Let Kitty debate the flat earthers. I mean, she would bring better arguments than they do, to be honest. Okay, so what's going on with RJ here? I see he was kind of spamming stuff, but it looks like he's just, or maybe just nobody else was commenting in between his comments here. Your cat is devious, by the way. Yeah. Time is relative. It's not scientific on their end. Which party believes more in flat Earth? Oh boy. Well, I don't particularly want to open that topic, but I will say, yeah, it's pretty much hard. At least you could say, at the very least, that a vast majority of flat earthers are, on that right-wing side. Although most of them, because of the level of conspiratorial thinking they have, most of them don't necessarily support the current president because I think he's in on everything. They tend to be more of the libertarian and sovereign citizen type. That kind of far right. Tend to. Not in every case. And Big Man says he wasn't spamming, just no one was talking. Yeah. I figured that out. I was looking at his comments. Okay, this is a Glover. Layer cake, and you're saying flat earthers are highly religious. A lot of them are, yeah. Lindsay Bow says, I know who a lot of them voted for because they wear caps. Oh boy. Shifty Eyes says, Flat Earth support right-wing type stuff, but not any organized government or political party. Yeah, so it's almost like they don't put two and two together that a vote for that is supporting that party, or they rationalize it somehow. Well, I don't agree with this, but I'll vote this way because, this is the best option. Or something. The heavens line up with Earth rotation as a constant. They don't change and haven't. That was a comment from PT Pro Skater Dog. I think science and politics needs to have distance. On the whole scheme of things, one is heavily opinionated or opinioned based on the opinion based, and the other is objective based. Yeah. Well, except our politics really ought to be based on science. And that's something that current leaders don't necessarily get. Ah, Avilio Product says, "Hey Peter, it's DJ Batman." Okay, I am following you. Oh yeah, we connected on TikTok. Hi Ambrose, she's back. You're so cute, Ambrose. There she is. Okay, have I made you a mod here? Add moderator. Manage guests. There you go, DJ Batman. I don't know if you want that power or not, but now you have it. I'm petting my kitty. Don't push the camera, Ambrose. Oh, sweet kitty. I know, you just want to do it out of affection. You're sweet kitty. What are you doing now? What are you doing, Ambrose? Careful. She's gonna... You're kind of hijacking the show, Ambrose. Am I gonna have to full screen you? Here. Let's give them a more full Oh, no, she's gone. See you later, Ambrose. I was gonna give you this no, not that. Full screen. I was gonna give you this view so that you could see a little more of the periphery. But then she walked away. Avilio says, "I got your likes up. Thank you so much." AKA DJ Batman. Lord of Luminous Pooh. He's in my chat now on YouTube. Thank you for joining. Insert bad joke here. I'm not perfectly sure what the context was there, but yeah. Max B says cats are the best. I agree. Okay. Big Man says to John Stepansky, because they think NASA will like probe them or something if they join. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, not one flat earther has been to space. RJ, are you asking me if I have a doctorate? I definitely do not. There are some people here on TikTok who debunk flat Earth who do have doctorates, like Dr. Blitz. I think that maybe QFT Enjoyer and Quantanaut might be in grad school or of that ilk. I'm not 100% sure of that, but we got a request from EHF BreadTube. Welcome, BreadTube. Is that how I should call you?
You can just call me Zach.
Welcome, Zach. Oops, I bumped my mic, sorry. So, what's your angle on this?
I have, I guess, two questions. I'm really getting at one thing here, and then I'll jump off. But I want you to think about it, okay?
Is this going to be about my young Earth creationism?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, do you believe in continental drift?
Yes.
Okay, that's awesome. So do I.
Cool.
If continental drift is real,
Mm-hmm.
and the Earth is spinning, why haven't the continents drifted to the center of the I say the center, that's wrong. The equator of the Earth. If you take a balloon and you put a marble in it and you spin the balloon, the centripetal force or
Right, right.
centrifugal, I forget which, is going to force the marble to the equator of the balloon. That's
Well,
my only question.
that presumes that the continents are the heaviest part of Earth's crust, which I don't know
They're
that
the
we can
lightest
assume.
part. No, they're the lightest part.
Well, in that case, that would actually push them away from the equator. A centrifuge
It would
sorts
push
things
them to
with
the
heaviest
equator.
outward. Okay.
Not quite. So, land masses or continental plates are lighter than oceanic plates, right? I guess I'm more asking about continental plates rather than oceanic, right?
Yeah. Hi, Ambrose. She just loves being the star of the show. Alright, this time I'm going to put her on full screen here. Oh, I can't do it while there's a guest. That's okay. That was just a silly lark. You can stay, Zach. You were saying about, oh, hi. You trying to get on my
Do you
lap?
know what a free body diagram is?
Did you say 3 body or free body?
Free body. It's like physics 101. Like it's stupid. Like it's not a real question. Like are you acquainted with free body diagrams?
Maybe not.
You basically just like draw a dot, and the dot is whatever object you're talking about. So in this case, it's going to be a continent, and then you draw the forces that are working on it. Do you, does that ring a bell? Like it's like really elementary.
I guess so. I mean, I don't. Maybe I didn't use that particular tool when I was in high school physics or whatever.
You probably did. Like it looks like a dot with like a bunch of arrows coming out of it.
Or if I did, maybe I just didn't know the name.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I did pretty well in physics.
Yeah, yeah. So when you look at like continental plate, what you're going to have, if you think the Earth is round, and if you think the continents drift, you're going to have like a buoyancy force that points away from the equator. You're going to have gravity, or I'm sorry, not away from the equator, from the center of the Earth. You're going to have a buoyancy force that pushes tangential to the core of the Earth. You're going to have the force of gravity.
Buoyancy force that is pointing tangential to the core?
Yeah, that's just continental drift. Like, these are plates floating on magma.
Oh, right. So like a differential in buoyancy across the surface, pointing tangential. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then you're going to have a force that should be equal. That's the gravitational force, pulling it in the opposite direction towards the center of the Earth. And then you're going to have a force that isn't like shooting straight towards the equator, but it's shooting how do I explain this? Like straight out, like what you get when you spin a balloon with a marble inside it. It's going to push it outwards, and then the resulting force should be towards the equator, and yet we don't see all of the continents grouping around the equator.
You see this? Can you read that?
I can't read that, but worked with centrifuges. Like, if there's something notable, just tell me.
Sorry, 1 second. It's this sentence right here. It works by causing denser substances and particles to move outward in the radial direction, away from the axis of rotation. I added that phrase at the end. Wait, can you read that now?
Right.
Yeah, so if you're saying that the continents are less dense than the oceans in the crust, that means they should be moving away from the equator, according to the centrifugal force. Because while the centrifugal force is pointing toward, like, away from the center for all the objects in the system, it's pulling harder for the denser objects. So the denser objects displace the less dense objects and push them away from the direction of the force in exactly the same way that buoyancy works. So that's
actually a great point. I've never thought about that, but that creates a different issue.
Anyway, what was your
main reason?
Sorry, go ahead.
Due to the rotation of the Earth, we actually do see like some effects due to that centrifugal force from the Earth's rotation. It's why the equator is slightly wider, because it makes the Earth bulge just a little bit. But the centrifugal forces are so incredibly small compared to so many other things happening that it doesn't cause the continental plates to go more towards the equator than the other plates.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you guys, but I'm trying to, like, oh, hi QFT enjoyer, or at least he was in here for a second. I'm trying to see, like, why, like, welcome Varius. I'm assuming one of my mods must have added you, but I also see that RJ has been requesting for a little bit. And I know that I was talking to RJ before there were guests on. So just hopefully we can, like, kind of wrap this up. I don't want to kick you guys, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I said in the comments
my stance that this is awesome.
I had said in the comments that if someone lets me up, I could answer it, because I'm about halfway through a master's in physics.
Oh,
right
awesome.
now.
Yeah, okay. Good choice from my mods. Welcome, Varius. Definitely want to have experts on here if they have something they want to chip in.
So if what you're saying is true, I actually do believe it. Like, I'm not, like, a Wikipedia denier. I guess I am wrong that the continent should not go to the equator, but all the basaltic plates, the oceanic plates, which are definitely denser, should go to the equator, and we don't see that either.
Well, the thing is that you're just simplifying it so tremendously. There's a lot of turbulence, a lot of different forces involved that are stirring things up in different directions. It's a mixed hodgepodge system with, like, unbalanced masses and things like that. So I don't know how it's essentially a problem of fluid dynamics, right? Like, you have to know the dynamic properties of every particle in that system, and then you have to compute the physics on all of those particles before you can make a prediction, because it's just too complicated. I mean, that's one of the most complicated things to simulate in a computer. I know because I actually just did it, like, last month, and it was enormous. Like, it took up 87 gigabytes on my computer just for a few seconds of simulation. It was ridiculous. So basically, you're just oversimplifying.
Gigs of storage or of RAM?
Storage. Thank goodness.
Jesus.
Sure, maybe it is complicated, but shouldn't the complicated system seek a stable solution, which would look like continents, I guess, accumulating at the North and South Pole and oceanic plates accumulating around the equator?
it's
That would be
systems don't
stable or
seek anything. They're not intelligent. They just operate according to
something. I
laws.
know.
And those laws, I mean, they don't.
I
The
pour
law
my
isn't
water
just
on the ground. It
move toward a stable.
seeks stable solution.
Yeah, the
I don't think he
laws.
means seeks in like a intelligent manner. I think he just
Yeah.
means seeks in terms of like the system tends towards it.
Yeah, but
But
I
like
was
it's
making
been
that
like
distinction
almost
because I don't think that's
6
true.
billion years,
It's true on a macro scale
7 billion
maybe,
years.
but it does like
Well,
the you
it
have to look at the
it
laws
is
themselves and analyze how they tend toward that and how that emerges from the laws. There is no law that says systems must seek toward a stable solution. Like that's not a thing. It emerges from the
That's
smaller laws.
definitely a law. It emerges from
the
smaller laws. I agree with that. That's good.
the Earth's like core and everything is tending towards like an equilibrium, but it is an enormously complicated thing. I'm trying to find a particular picture I've seen before. They've done like density scans throughout the Earth's mantle, and there's actually quite a quite a bit of inhomogeneity throughout it. There's certain pockets that are significantly denser than other areas. When uh, what became the Earth and Moon first collided, we can actually still see the effects of that in our mantle. That proto-planet that hit, what was going to become Earth, a significant portion of that is still like visible isn't quite the right word, but we can still see traces of it in our mantle in regions that are significantly denser than other parts of it.
Hmm. I have another unrelated question.
Before we continue very much, EHF BreadTube, can I ask what your angle is on all this? Like, you don't sound like a flat earther. You just sort of sound like you're hoping to learn some science. Is that right?
I'm just asking questions. Like, I don't see how continental drift can be compatible with a globe Earth. And then I have another question. This one is less about compatibility. It's more about like, what are the odds of that? Like, someone's lying to me, you know?
Okay, so you are a flat earther. That's not an insult
No,
question. That's just a question. I
no,
like
no.
it.
I have a flat Earth theory,
Okay.
but like, I
But
don't believe it.
when I say flat earther, I am including in that category anyone who considers flat Earth to be even remotely plausible. So I
Sure.
guess no matter how you feel your conclusion is on the subject, if you do consider it plausible, then you're in that category. And I don't mean
Sure.
that in any insulting way. That's just the way I talk, I guess. Um,
No, sure.
so thank you for sharing that. Um, when you say you have a flat Earth theory, if that's what you said, I think that's what you said.
Yep.
Do you mean a robothemist theory? And I guess I'd have to ask, like, for you to clarify, like, what that theory is and probe a little bit.
Um, what's a robotomist? Is that the word you use?
Yes, that's my term for a theory ideologically descending from the theory of Samuel Robotham in the 1800s. Um, it's uh, this model right here, essentially, where the North Pole is the center, Antarctica is the ice wall around the outside, and the sun travels in a circle over the flat Earth and never goes beneath or outside. That's robothemism.
Maybe. I think there's more going on. I think the issue with that theory is how do you. I mean, my model is better than that model, but
In what way?
my model includes a lot of that. My model's bullshit, but that model doesn't include any mechanism for sticking you to the plate, whether that's gravity or whatever, right? Because, like, if you take that model and you accept gravity, you're
Well,
not able to like walk around on Australia. You're gonna be like on a slanted like piece of Earth. You know
Well,
what I
that's if
mean?
gravity is taken to mean mass attracting mass. If you take gravity to simply mean a
Right.
downward acceleration on all mass, then it would work fine.
Mass attracting mass is how I'm defining gravity here.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you'd be pulled towards the center of the plate. So if you're on Australia, you're like being like drugged towards, I guess, the North Pole. So like you kind of
Well,
have to do away with gravity.
I gotta be honest, I don't see that as even
Well,
remotely anywhere near the biggest problem with robothemism.
Also, flat Earth would crush into a sphere. It's far beyond the potato radius, and the potato radius is the theoretical limit for how large something can be without being crushed into a sphere. The only way to make a flat Earth compatible with gravity would be if it were infinitely thin, thinner than a piece of paper, and it had a surface mass rather than a volume mass.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or if it was like
we more or less
fantastically
have to
rigid or something.
Do away with gravity. If we accept the flat Earth model, we cannot accept gravity.
Right.
So,
And I thought about this.
but
So,
EHF
like, are we
bread
on a
tube-
plate that's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second. That's also stupid because I ran the numbers, but we have already reached the speed of light.
Oh,
That's
so
stupid.
we actually wouldn't, due to how special relativity works, as you if we pick some point in space and call that like the origin where like 0 is, as we approach the speed of light, time dilation effects would kick in, and you just asymptotically approach the speed of light. But there would have to be an energy source to like explain why we're constantly accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared, and that wouldn't explain why there's like local deviations, because although the average across the Earth is 9.81, there are like minor fluctuations depending on where you are.
So EHF bread tubes. This is my personal time-lapse composite of sunset. I have two cameras side by side, identical cameras, but one has welding glass in front of it. That's on the right, you can see. And I've overlaid red lines next to each photo of the sun as it sets for 3 hours. And you can see there's fixed spacing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that completely shatters robothemism, because the sun does not set by moving away. That was the only way that Samuel Robotham was able to posit that the sun stays above eye level 24/7, 365. By basically muddling the concept of perspective and saying, well, you know, it appears to go down, but it's an effect of perspective. That's an actual thing he said in his book. I could give you a citation if you want. And flat earthers have been repeating that dogma ever since, but it's completely false. The sun doesn't do that. This is what it would look like if the sun was moving away horizontally. This is me with a flashlight at my waist. I walked straight away from the camera until I was gone. And you'll notice, no longer fixed spacing. It's dramatically variable spacing. That's what perspective looks like. See that?
Mm-hmm.
So this falsifies robothemism. The only flat Earth that I know of that can survive this evidence is an ancient flat Earth model where the sun goes beneath the Earth at night, and therefore it's night for all of mankind at the same time. That's what all the ancient cultures believed.
But that's obviously not the case.
Only because we know about time zones now. So congratulations. Sunset plus time zones equals globe.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My personal flat Earth theory cannot account for how the sun and the moon move, and it's an issue. It's just like the issue with like continental drift and globe Earth. You know, it's just like two things I can't like mash together in my head.
But who planted the doubt in your mind? I'd be willing to bet money it was a robothemist.
No, because it's fucking like it's what you just showed me just makes intuitive sense. Like,
That's
you could
wonderful.
have asked me to explain that.
I'm
You
I'm
could have asked me to explain that, and I'd be like, I don't know how like the sun like sets on a flat Earth, unless if it just like goes off the side of the plate, which is stupid.
That's wonderful, which means you have not been inducted into the cult. That means you still have your critical thinking, you have your logic. That's wonderful. But my question was, who planted the doubt in your mind? Since we have photos, endless photos of space from, or endless photos of Earth from space, we have endless science proving it's a globe. Who planted the doubt in your mind that it was a globe?
I did.
You're telling me that you didn't hear of there being people who believed the Earth was flat in modern day before you started thinking it might be flat yourself?
No, I've heard other flat earther people talk, and they're crazy. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're off their rocker. Like, um,
Yeah, okay.
if you ask them about their other beliefs, they just have crazy other beliefs.
I mean, you're absolutely
Like,
right. I'm glad that you recognize that. And it's wonderful that you, are trying to distance yourself from that. I applaud you. However, my question was, who planted the doubt in your mind? And basically, in order to prove that it was not a robothemist who planted the doubt in your mind, you'd have to tell me that before you yourself started thinking, what if it's flat? You never heard of any modern flat earthers. That was an original thought in your head.
of course, I've seen the model of the flat Earth with the sun and the moon going around in the sky. Well, like you have like you had the diagram of, and it doesn't make sense to me, and it still doesn't.
Okay.
But I saw that before I drew any conclusion. I haven't drawn any conclusion.
Fair enough. I don't need to try to pin you down on that or anything. I was just suggesting that maybe it was a robothemist who
Yeah, no, like definitely I've been influenced by that model. Like, I see that model. Okay, let me explain my model real quick.
After this I want to invite
We're
RJ
not
up. So
accelerating at
don't bail on
9.8
us,
meters per
RJ.
second. That's crazy. I do, like, if we are on a flat Earth, we are not accelerating at 9.8 meters per second. That is crazy. That makes no sense.
Yeah, most
Any-
flat earthers that I've talked to
you
don't
know-
believe that either. Just to be fair.
Then
Most
how
that
are we,
I've
like,
talked
held the
to
plate?
think it's electrostatics. They
Electro-
don't seem to understand that electrostatics, by definition, can't cause acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to have like a plate that's infinite, correct? That is moving
Ooh.
away from us, like a charged plate that's moving away from us.
Well,
That to be the case. That's
electrostatic.
crazy as
It's
well.
the statics in electrostatics means that nothing is moving.
Yeah,
Also, if it were electromagnetism, different objects would fall at different rates, depending on how much charge they have on them, what their magnetic moment is, how polarizable they are, all these different properties. But that's not what we see. We see that everything falls at the same rate, unless its density is low enough that it experiences significant wind resistance.
On YouTube,
Right.
Lindsay Bo says the tides on your flat Earth animation must be terrible because I have it tipping and spinning.
Instead of electrodynamics or electrostatics, imagine that like flat Earth model you had over there was being swung around by the hand of God. Like, I'm not religious.
Oh, as a
I'm not
centrifugal
saying
effect,
that-
basically.
Yes.
Oh.
Interesting.
And the plate is always facing the center of the swing.
Well, I've never thought that gravity was really an issue for flat Earth. They make it into an issue because they're so zealous in their science denial, but I don't think that, like, if you're going to deny the science that proves the Earth is a globe, you might as well also deny the science that says that the downward acceleration we feel is actually mass attracting mass. Like, why would you not make that leap. And if you make that leap, then you can just say, well, okay, things fall down because things fall down. Like, that's just an axiom of nature that things fall down at an average of, or maybe even exact value of 9.8 meters per second squared. Like, why is that not the direction they take this? I never understood that. Like, that's what I expected when I.
But why would that be the case? Like,
That there are some of them that do. They just, oh, things fall down because they do. Not many of them, but I have seen that.
See, that actually solves most of the classical physics problems. If you just, anyway, I do want to just say one more thing to EHF Bread Tube before I ask you all to cede to RJ. He's been very patient. The EHF Bread Tube. It seemed to be that one of your sticking points with the globe is plate tectonics, right? And the fact that it doesn't like sort because of the centrifuge effect. Is that right?
yep. I've reversed my stance in this conversation, but like I still have that issue. Like the basaltic plate should accumulate around the equator.
So the question in my mind is, why would that be an issue? Because let's just take a different dynamic system as a comparison, right? Weather. We see turbulent weather systems all the time. They never stop on Earth. There are constantly things churning up and storms blowing through and clouds forming, and it's just constant turbulence because the sun is still shining on the Earth and the Earth is still spinning. As long as those two sources of turbulence still exist, and the differences of land mass causing different absorption properties or reflectance properties, etc. As long as those dynamic inputs still exist, the system will continue to churn forever. It will never resolve into a stable state. Does that make sense in your mind?
No, but that's a great point. But I feel like that's a point against globe Earth.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah,
Why?
no,
It makes
you're
so much sense.
absolutely correct. Why? What? It should stabilize, shouldn't it?
No, it
stabilize?
shouldn't
Like,
stabilize. As long as you're pouring
I
energy
guess-
into the system, it's like you're still stirring.
I guess the sun is heating one side of the Earth, and that might
Yeah.
destabilize it.
Yeah, as long the sun is beating down and heating things up in different areas all the time.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, there's different absorption properties of land versus ocean versus, leaf, foliage versus
I don't think the
dirt.
continents are moving based on the warmth of the sun. Like,
No,
it's
but there's a
crazy,
different
right?
heat source with the continents. The internal heat of the Earth.
Which radiates outwards.
Also, the reason that Earth's sorry about the noise.
Radiates outward
The
through
reason
the
that
crust.
The Earth's core is still hot is because we have a lot of radioactive materials in the core and the mantle that, when they decay, release heat, which is why our core and mantle have stayed hot for so long.
Yeah, so it's not an actually infinite energy source, but it is, in practical terms, almost an infinite energy source because it's just so enormous. It would take millions or billions
on the
of years
scale
for it to run out.
Yeah, it's on the scale of billions of years. It's not going to happen within our lifetime or our great-great-great-great-great-grandparents' lifetime, so,
We got
All right,
Shenanigans
you
in the
guys
chat.
have been
He's like,
great.
could we talk about primary and secondary
I'm
seismic
not a
waves?
flat earther. I am a globe earther. I just like asking dumb fucking questions. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I appreciate that you were willing to ask that and that you were willing to listen to the answer. That's amazing. That's the important thing.
The answer is convection currents, like magnetism. Varus got on here and kind of answered the question almost immediately. I was kind of concerned. The Earth is warped because of the centrifugal forces.
So, guys, I do want to give time to RJ. I see Shenanigans just requested to join, and I'm assuming that you wanted to talk about this. So, I'm sorry, Shenanigans. If that was your hope, then maybe we can come back to it after I ask RJ what he was going to talk about. Varius, if you want, you're welcome to stick around. Thank you to EHF BreadTube. Anyway, RJ, how's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Thank you for being so patient. That was kind of a long
Oh,
topic that we had.
yeah, no, not at all. I'm a very patient person. I mean, I'm not sure there's really anything I need to add. I mean, I'm just kind of in the comments. I know I've been very vocal in the comments. I don't know. I'm a very scientific person.
I forget
As
what
I'm
we were
listening to
talking
the
about. I
comments,
saw some of your comments and responded to them, but now I completely forget what they were. Sorry.
I mean, if anything, if you didn't really have a really grasp on what I was saying in the comments or my perspective, but it's really supporting kind of evidence towards the stance on which you are and which I am. There's no conflict or contrary things I'm saying. It's just more supportive than anything.
Uh, I'm sorry. You're couching your phrases too much to be polite, and it's good that you're trying to be polite, but I'm a little confused. What are you saying that you're trying to support with evidence?
Your stance, like I'm just kind of adding.
Oh,
into
okay.
the
Okay,
comments
great.
what I know.
So,
There's nothing conflicting about
would you
what
say that
you're
you're a
saying.
Glober?
Uh, yeah, I'm not a flat earther.
Okay. I guess that's that then.
That's yeah.
So, was there any specific reason you wanted to join and chat? Like any topic you wanted to bring up or point you wanted to make?
Not necessarily. I just kind of did it. If there was somebody in here that was, trying to be on the other side, and if you were having problems with,
Oh,
them
okay.
to, talk to.
I see. So you just wanted to kind of contribute to the conversation generally.
Exactly, contribute to
Yeah. Okay.
science and objective reality.
Let me invite Shenanigans up because he's a cool dude. So, Shenanigans, has the opportunity passed for whatever you wanted to say?
Long time no see. Good to
Yeah. It's good to see you.
hop back in. My main account got banned, so unfortunate. So I'm just on my backup account. But,
Are you going to try to show
I'm
show
actually
something?
surprised I haven't seen you before, Peter. It sounds like you know a lot of people in the Globe community, and this is my first time seeing you.
Yeah, so I was going live a little
he's an
bit
old-timer.
about a year ago, and then I should follow you. Let me see here.
I guess I have
Follow.
a.
Peter's actually a really good undercover Glober because he gets to go to all the Flurf conventions and you don't recognize him.
I've only been to one, and I got COVID from it. Oh, I said the word that
yeah,
TikTok
of
went.
course you
course,
did. Why
that
wouldn't
makes
you?
sense.
That does make sense. Because if they don't know that, well, then they're not going to know any viral tendencies.
Okay,
Most of them aren't
so
vaccinated. Most of them think it's evil.
Okay. They don't believe in viruses or anything.
I'm gonna expand your screen, Shenanigans, because it looks like you're trying to show something here. Is that
Yeah, it's nothing fancy. It's just the basics.
I really don't. I don't really like the whole globe community and the flat Earth community. Like, there's some sort of like categorization or like that just doesn't sit right with me. Like it's either you're a flat earther or you just are.
You're normal.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
there's no glober. Like, if you're a globe, like, that doesn't make sense. Well, and it's not a globe. It's an oblate spheroid. It's not cylindrical. It's not a circle. It's
I don't mind that term because, like, anytime you have a group of people who have a belief, it doesn't matter how fringe or how obscure that belief is. If you're going to engage in conversations with or about those people, and you have a name for their belief and a name for who they are, then you kind of need a reciprocal term for yourself and your beliefs. And, like,
well,
There's a
Yeah, I
there's a
just call
term for
myself
that, but I
normal.
forget what it's called.
there's a difference between belief and objective reality and knowing that.
I just say that anyone that's not a flat earther is normal.
yeah, but the word normal is kind of already taken for a much broader meaning. If we want to be specific, meaning a person who's not a flat earther, then I don't know. The word glober
Yeah.
seems to work pretty well.
Y'all want to see inside a hard drive?
I have seen
I'm
inside a hard drive
crashing-
before.
I'm
used to-
crashing an old drive, so I've got it open right now, so I can fuck it up.
I used
so that
I used to destroy
sounds
them
like I've
professionally.
already done that. Actually,
It sounds like it's
bad.
self-destructing.
That doesn't sound good.
But yeah, it's an argument that came up back when I was working against concave earthers, but it works just as well against flat earthers. I'll do all three scenarios. How about that?
I just don't like labels. I don't like the categorization and how everybody in society and human beings need to be put in a certain box or place. It's
Right.
a lot more fluent than that. It's a lot more diverse. It's a lot more complex. And
So when we have seismic waves, right, we have two of them, primary and secondary, right? Because you have an earthquake, and then you detect that earthquake once, but then you detect it a second time in a different direction. So there's two different waves at two different times from the same event. That's just a fact. Doesn't matter what shape the earth is. The issue is the wave that comes in first comes from underneath. And the second wave
Ooh.
that comes in across.
Wow.
So if we take the concave earth example, their argument would be a wave takes longer to travel along the outside than it does to go infinitely in this direction, wrap around the universe, and come in this direction. Doesn't make any sense. On the flat earth, same kind of idea. It would have to take longer for the wave to travel in a straight line along the surface than to bounce off of whatever they think is down here and come back up. Not to mention that it comes up, at the wrong angle, but we'll give them a pass on that just for the sake of argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's only on the globe that we actually get a consistent metric in that it would take longer for a wave to travel along the surface than to go in a straight line and come in from underneath.
Or along a cord or whatever. Right?
Something, anything.
Yeah, that's an excellent
The
argument.
only shape where a primary wave from underneath beats the secondary wave along the surface is a convex object.
Nice. That is so beautiful. It's so simple and intuitive.
Mm-hmm. And there's also a really good video. I'll have to try to find it for you. I have it in my list at home, but it's a 2019 survey of all earthquake epicenters, and they trilaterate them into an object. And guess what object it is?
Oh, nice.
It's a big old sphere. You can even see the tectonic plates in it because of how often the earthquakes happen along those fault lines. So,
Of course, if flat earthers were able to follow that type of analysis, a multi-trilateration of a large data set, then they would already know the Earth is a globe.
they would have already believed in a globe by that point.
Right.
Unfortunately, they struggle with like middle school math.
But just the fact that we can detect the same earthquake twice in two directions at two different times tells us something about the shape of the Earth.
That is beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yep. Y'all have a good one. I'll drop back down and fight in the comments.
All right. Thanks for sharing. All right. So, where does that leave us? Oh, Chris the German spy, you lost me at trilateration. There's a whole Wikipedia article. Let me show you here. I'm just gonna turn this back on and increase the font size so you can read it. Trilateration. Bingo. Trilateration is the use of distances or ranges for determining the unknown position coordinates of a point of interest, often around the Earth, When more than 3 distances are involved, it may be called multilateration. The distances or ranges may be ordinary Euclidean distances or spherical distances. And you can see a visualization here in 3-dimensional space, where you've got P1 and a distance from P1, which provides the red sphere, P2 and a distance from P2, which provides the blue sphere, and P3 and a distance from P3, which provides the yellow sphere. So you take all those 3 and they intersect at 2 possible points. That's because it's 3-dimensional, but on a 2-dimensional surface, if you have 3, it intersects at 1 point. So trilateration is used in all kinds of science. Chris, the German spy, says, I feel bad now because he was being sarcastic. He doesn't know what trilateration is. That's fine. I just love sharing this knowledge. It's so fun. I had a YouTube on a video on celestial navigation where I touched on this, just because I love sharing this. This is so cool. This is how GPS works. It's how we locate the epicenters of earthquakes, as sort of like what Shenanigans was just saying.
GPS doesn't just use this, but it also corrects for time dilation due to both general and special relativity, and general relativity makes a flat Earth impossible.
Well, that's just to calibrate the range, basically, right?
Well, it's to correct for the time dilation. If we didn't account for the effects of time dilation, the clocks on the satellites would drift from the
right
clocks on the ground, and so the size of those circles would change over time, and they would just become horribly inaccurate very quickly.
Right, so that's what I was saying about calibrating the range from the point. Like the radius of the circle is the range, and so if you want to keep that calibrated, you have to account for that, right? I think we're saying the same thing. I was just, and you're probably more of an expert. I was just like, I understand it too.
I think we're saying roughly the same thing, just with different words.
Oh, you turned into a robot. Oh no. Yeah, your audio is roboting.
Is that any better?
Yes. So,
right.
Inkslinger is in the chat here saying, you can't believe Wikipedia, they change it all the time. I hope you're joking, Inkslinger, because, yeah, like, Wikipedia is crowdsourced, and yeah, it does change all the time, but that doesn't mean you can't use it to learn. Like, you have to understand the nature of the source. Like, it's essentially a crowdsourced encyclopedia. It has a lot of good, true information. It helps explain a lot of concepts. If you don't use Wikipedia to help you learn, then you are missing out.
Also, they have their sources at the bottom. You can go through the original sources where they got it from.
Right.
Double check that the information on Wikipedia is accurate. I've had to edit a few things. There's been a handful of things that they've actually had wrong about physics, and I've went in and fixed them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rocket Man. Rocket Man has had a request to join for a while now. I totally got sidetracked. Let's see what he has to say.
For pulling me up, no worries.
How's it going,
Sorry,
Rocket
mute.
Man?
Not too bad. I was actually watching your live on Modern Day Debate with Matthew and Corey.
Oh,
I haven't laughed so much in a while.
that was such a dumpster fire. As it always is. I mean, when is it not a dumpster fire
Oh yeah.
with flat earthers?
Yeah.
Especially on
I
a
mean-
big platform like Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, I mean, the moderators actually did a very good job. I know Modern Day Debate gets quite a lot of heat nowadays, but to be honest, I think James did a very good job of what he did, but it was just... The thing is, if you're trying to show the audience that flat Earth is nonsense. Sadly, the best thing you can do is just stay silent and let them speak for themselves. But yeah, no, it's actually quite good timing because speaking about satellites and stuff, to stay on topic, quite often if flat earthers talk about satellites, I'll talk about how I've personally detected satellite data from NOAA satellites, and you can range and speed check them and stuff, and same with the ISS.
Nice.
By accounting for Doppler shift, the amount of Doppler shift you have to account for and whatnot, and the amount of hand waving and special pleading that's needed to just ignore that entirely is outstanding.
Yeah. Well, they've got hand waving and special pleading in copious amounts, that's for sure. I am trying to see if I can follow you, Rocket Man, but I don't know how. Can you just type something in the chat? That's the best way I think I can.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, it's moving out from under my mouse. Okay, follow. Here we go. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so... Hey, yeah, Jetlag says, I just spent 2 hours teaching a flat earther, then after all that, just reverted back to before we talked. There's a name for that. We call that the Flurf reset. It happens to all of them.
Yeah, they will never learn anything for more than a span of a day or two. That's about the maximum amount of time that information will stay in their brain, and you're lucky if you get that.
Yeah. I mean, not to overuse Wikipedia here, but let me see here. There is if you look up dogma, a dogma, in its broadest sense, is any belief held definitively without possibility of reform. Now tell me that doesn't sound like an exact description of the Flurf reset. There is no way that they can learn when you talk about their dogmas, because they are dogmas. They have no possibility of changing or reforming those beliefs, which means they can't learn. Anyway, I thought it was a fun observation. Of course, as a Christian, I have my own dogmas, right? But I call them dogmas. It is a religious belief. It doesn't try to cloak itself in a disguise of being a scientific thing. So you got to be honest.
You're not trying to push them as absolute fact,
right?
You know.
And if somebody is trying to help me learn on the topic, I'm certainly open to learning. It's not a dogma to that extent. There's a special kind of irrationality that takes.
How many times have you been hit with they're trying to convince us the globe to hide us from God, and you're like, excuse me?
A lot of times.
The two aren't mutually exclusive, damn.
Yeah, a lot of times. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about debunking Flat Earth, because it's kind of like they're giving Christians a bad name.
Yeah.
Stop, you're making us look bad.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not Christian, but I totally get it. I would also be mad if something like that was going on my side.
It's actually if you read the Bible, there are very, very strong warnings and harsh judgments against people who put words in the mouth of God, saying, taking their own ideas and then putting a label on it that says this came from God. There's hardly anything in Scripture that is condemned more severely than that. This false divinity claim. So, yeah. That's probably all I should say about that. So are there any flat earthers left in my live? There was a guy earlier named Charles something. Daniel Charles Wilson, but he seems to be gone. Or he's being quiet. Last night there was a guy named C Note. He couldn't join because he had, like, his kids sleeping nearby or something.
Yeah.
Cino spelled CEA?
No, it was like the letter C _ note.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, different guy then. There's this guy, Cedeman, or his name was Cedeman when I first met him. He changes his name every now and then, but it always starts with CEA.
Yeah.
I think it's C level right now.
I think C Note comes from Discord. That name is familiar.
Somebody, Simo in the chat here is saying, how are you able to communicate around the planet? I mean infrastructure. We have satellites, we have sea cables, we have land cables. I don't know what the question is. Simo, if you're still here, do you care to clarify your question? By the way, guys, if a flat earther wants to join, I tend to like one-on-one with them, so just heads up. Like, you guys can stay, but if a flat earther does want to join, I might kick you all. Hopefully you wouldn't take it personally.
Nah, it's all good.
That's the whole point of, like, advertising this as a truce zone. Oh boy. Zach says, Bible says it's flat. You wouldn't be able to handle me. Well, it depends, Zach. When you say that, are you saying that because you would engage in guerrilla tactics and break my live rules and make me kick you? Or are you saying that because you just think that your arguments are so intellectually and rhetorically strong? Because it's usually not the latter. But if you think so, you're more than welcome to request to join and we can find out. Oh, there he is. All right, guys. Hopefully you can stick around and watch the sparks fly. Thanks for being here. All right, Zach. Are you going to abide by my live rules?
I don't give a shit about your rules.
Oh, then you can leave. That was too bad. Anybody else? I mean, I would rather have a silent live with no activity than have guerrilla tactics in my live. That's not what this is about. Max V on YouTube says, Bible says is flat is the weakest way to engage on this topic. Yes. It's also, among all the rest, also a very, very wrong way to engage on the topic. Oh, QFT Enjoy says, go to sleep, Peter. Yeah, I mean, probably should soon. But there's a story behind that. Tile says that guy lasted one sentence. I mean, he was explicitly clear, and I thank him for that. Oh, we got somebody using a mock version of my name. That's not exactly, abiding by my live rules either. ET Rebel, you can try to think about what you've done for 5 minutes. Can you read? Truce zone. No guerrilla tactics. You seem to be able to type, so you must be able to read as well. Um, Max B says, no, sleeping is for the weak. You should stay awake all day in all time zones. Hey, wait a minute, QFT Enjoyer. Why are you awake? Oh, wait, you're probably in, like, California or something. So that means it's only, 45 minutes after midnight for you. Do we have any real flat earthers who are willing to abide by the truce and engage in a real human conversation where we respect each other and talk about the logic and evidence? QFT says, I keep having to go to LA for launches and crap. Yeah. Max V says, oh, sorry, we should explain time zones to flat earthers. Well, actually, as I often say about robothemism, they understand and explain time zones. And, like, they exchange that for denying sunset. Although I guess you're right, because they also say, like, oh, there's more time zones in the southern hemisphere than in the northern hemisphere, and that proves flat Earth. So maybe you're right. Maybe they don't understand time zones. On second thought, yeah, you're right. Oh, Zach is saying you didn't give me a chance. No, Zach, you explicitly declined having a chance. You explicitly declined. Truce zone, no guerrilla tactics. Okay? I have the live rules displayed in giant neon colors. What else can you ask? Like, do you really expect I'm just going to make an exception for you and say, oh, if you don't care about my rules, then I can just, put them on pause for you? No. I'm sorry, you're not special. Someone is paying this guy to lie. Okay. Goodbye, Zach. You're going to engage in guerrilla tactics even in the comments? Bye. Zero flirts will abide by those rules. I believe there are some. We're panning for gold here. I believe there are some. Because last year, when I was going live regularly last year, I met a few of them. Just a few. They are there. They do exist. Oh, QFT says he gave us Zach's a bad name. I mean, I think there was another Zach in here that was pretty decent. It might have been EFT BreadTube, and I can't remember for sure if that was him or not. There was somebody who I read out their username, and they're like, well, you can just call me Zach, and then, like, I forgot who it was. Oh, a bit ago, Chris the German spy said, oh, and I'm about to drop to sleep. I'm not as young as I'd like to think I am. Sigh. So I'm going to have to say goodnight. Thanks, Peter Markley. I'll finish it tomorrow. Well, thank you for being here, Chris. And for intending to watch it again later. Like, you don't owe me that, and so I am very grateful that you choose to consume my content. That is a gift to me from you. Thank you. Shenanigans says, if Varius want to go back up and we can debate potential energy. I have a slightly different idea. What if I try to, and this is a little bit like dependent still on flat earthers being willing, but last year I put out a video about the analemma. And flat earthers were in my comments going like, oh, analemma only works on a flat earth. And obviously they're wrong, because my video proved it works on a globe. But I can't even make it work on a flat earth. Shoot. So here we have Blender, a model of the Gleason map, if it'll load. It's not loading. Help. Help. Okay, is this... Oh boy. Well, this might have been a bad idea. I was gonna basically see if any flat earthers were gonna be willing to walk me through building... Oh, there it is. That was a good movie flow right there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this might not work. Or maybe it will. I was going to see if any flat earthers would be willing to walk me through building their model so to demonstrate how an analemma could work on a flat earth. Because the analemma is made by the sun having by there being a difference between mean solar time and actual solar time. Right? So here we are at Greenwich, England, looking south, all on the prime meridian, and at solar noon, the sun is, by definition, due south, right? And then 15 degrees later, here it is at 1 p.m. Oh, you can't see my mouse, can you? What if there's a... I kind of need that. Capture cursor. Apply. Does that work? Ah, here we go. Yeah, there's my mouse. Okay, so here's 1 p.m. right there. 15 degrees shifted from noon. And there's 11 a.m., 15 degrees shifted in the other direction. That's toward the sunrise, toward east. Right? And these are, by definition, where the sun is in the sky at these times of day. Right? And we can have an overview to see, this is where flat earthers claim they are, claim the sun is at those positions, at those times. Right? But the analemma is created by there being a difference between mean solar time versus actual solar time, which causes at mean solar noon, the sun is not actually at noon. So why is that the case? That's the observed physical reality. But on a flat earth, there is no explanation. It would just, if we took one picture every day at noon from this location for a whole year, what we would see is the sun just moving along this red line, because at every day it's at that position at noon again. So that's not what we see in reality. In reality, we see an analemma, the figure 8, because there's a difference. At certain times of year, the sun lags behind, and then at other times of year, it pushes ahead, and it averages out to that position that we mark as mean solar time. That's what mean means in that context. The word mean means an average. So, flat earthers, the challenge is, please explain to me why on your model there is a difference between mean solar time and actual solar time. That's the challenge. No guest requests. Anybody in the comments here? I've been talking for a little bit. I'll put that back up. Okay. Oh, check your Discord, Peter. What's in my Discord? DJ Batman is saying it. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and watch this together, whatever this is. I'll close this for now. Where is my Discord? Did it die? Maybe it died. This was from DJ Batman. Earth diameter. Okay, wait. I'm falling behind here. Sorry, guys. I'm a slow reader. And also distracted. Earth diameter 25,000 miles. Sun and moon diameter 32 miles. Sun and moon altitude 3,000 miles. Star dome 100 miles above sun and moon. What count is this from? Okay, debunk visualization. No southern constellations visible. Stars would never appear to rotate clockwise around its north-south celestial pole. Since the moon remains above the night side, it could never be illuminated by the sun. The 32-mile wide moon is too small and dark to see. Spherically radiating sunlight could not naturally illuminate only half of a disk of time zones. Sun and moon must be enlarged to 160 miles wide to match the size we actually see. The moon reflectance is increased to 100 times normal to be seen. You know what? Shane St. Pierre would steal this and say, "Thanks for providing a flat Earth proof." And that would be that. All the flat earthers would start repeating it and using it forever ad nauseum. I think I get the point here. I'll maybe watch the rest later. Alright, trying to catch up on chat here. We should do a TikTok versus YouTube chat war. Well, see, the downside there is that on YouTube, you can see the TikTok chat because I'm just capturing that as a source and putting it on the screen. On TikTok, they can't see you because there's not enough screen real estate. Everybody's on mobile on TikTok. You know, I could technically capture that in my TikTok live and put that here too, but like, there's not enough screen. RJ has requested to join. Welcome back, RJ.
Yeah, sorry. I was all AFK there for a minute. I guess I just noticed there wasn't really anybody in the queue or really actually talking to you, so maybe joining will kind of entice some people that come across your live to maybe get in. I don't know.
We got another request from Zigan Tiles. Okay. Zigan Tiles. Is Zigan Tiles a flat earther or not? I guess I'll just accept his request and see.
Yeah, no, I don't have any correlation to like have any kind of.
Yeah. Well, you're always welcome, RJ. Thank you. Let's see what's going on with Zigan Tiles.
Yeah.
Welcome, Zigan
Hello?
Tiles.
Welcome. It's Zigantilles.
Zigantilles.
But you're close enough.
All right. So what's your angle?
So my hold on, let me turn my volume up. All right. So I kind of came in the middle of the argument here, so I'm just kind of curious on what exactly you're trying to do here. You're trying to I get it, you're trying to prove flat earth theory wrong, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so what if flat Earth theory combined with a bigger theory.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of crater Earth?
No.
I know you're using scientific. No? So, crater Earth, basically, have you ever heard of the filament? I'm not a religious person.
Well,
But have
before
heard of
you
the
go much
filament?
farther, I apologize,
Okay.
but I have to establish this
No, you're
first.
fine.
Where do you think the sun goes at night?
Around.
So it stays above the Earth and is just illuminating a different part of the Earth, like above the flat Earth or above the crater Earth?
If the sun came into the Earth, it would probably explode, according
Okay.
to modern science.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter because
Considering.
this means that fundamentally and inherently, your crater Earth theory is a branch of robothemism, and therefore inherits.
Did I say that I believe in crater Earth? Hold on. Let me talk now. Did I say I believe in crater Earth?
Okay, I mean,
Or
fair
did
enough.
say
I
believe
kind
in
of
flat Earth?
inferred that. Whatever.
I'm giving you a different philosophy here.
So, when you answered my question about where the sun goes at night, were you answering according to crater Earth or according to something else?
Crater Earth.
Okay.
Or greater Earth, however you want to respond to it.
All right. So, let me rephrase then. Crater Earth, whether it's your theory or not, if you're saying that in crater Earth the sun sets by moving away overhead, then it's fundamentally, by definition, still a branch of robothemism and therefore inherits all of the mortal critical flaws of robothemism. Because robothemism is sunset denial.
I don't deny sunset denial. It exists. I see it. I live it. I see it every day.
Okay, but I don't know if you know what I mean by that. Let me show you. And this is, I just like to kind of get to the heart of the matter here, and that's why I'm going this direction, instead of letting you exposit what you mean by crater Earth.
Fine.
So, this is my personal measurement time-lapse of sunset, where I composited images of the sun at regular intervals for 3 hours just before it set. Now, what you're seeing is two cameras side by side. One had welding glass in front of it, the other did not, and otherwise they were identical. And because the sun's path was slanted here, I chose to stitch the two pictures together in a slanted way, so hopefully that's not too confusing. But this is a time-lapse composite of sunset. And you'll notice, as I've marked here, the images have fixed spacing. Can you see that?
Yep, I see your individual pictures snapped on every single individual little sun that's your. I can't read that. Yeah, where your mouse was just at. Can't read that. Because I got a phone. It's tiny.
Oh, here, let me try
What does
to
that say?
make it bigger.
That red. The red. There we go. The fixed spacing. Okay.
Yeah.
So those are the sun movements, and I'm assuming that is a solar flare on the left of your
No,
mouse?
this is just the sun. It's the exact same thing as on the right, but
That's just.
it's the same time lapse, but without the welding glass.
It's not multiple. He's not talking about multiple suns. He's talking about the same picture in time lapse. There's a difference here, guy.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was responding to the chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes they get riled. So, I do apologize. So
That's okay.
you do agree with the figure 8 in the sky, right?
The analemma? Yeah, I have a video where I proved what.
It's kind of been proven.
All right. Well, before we get on that
Okay,
subject,
so we do agree that.
let me finish what I was saying. Right. This is
All right,
what it
I'll
looks
let you
like
finish.
when
I'm
something
sorry.
moves.
I am kind of rude sometimes, and I get kind of excited, so I'll shut up. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
This is what it looks like when something moves away horizontally. You see that?
Right. Everything
This
gets
is-
smaller. Okay,
And
so one thing I'm going to ask you to do is please don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I do understand basic physics. I understand things get
I'm not trying to talk
smaller
to you like you're stupid.
when they fall behind.
I wasn't trying to talk to you like you're stupid. I was
Okay.
just asking if you could see this.
Okay.
Like,
Yes.
so this is perspective. It results in
Right.
variable spacing
Correct.
if you do this
The
time
farther
lapse.
something away is, something smaller gets. I understand that.
So the sun is not moving away. When it sets, it's moving down.
No,
Objectively.
we're not moving. The sun's not moving away. The planet is moving away. Correct?
No. That's not
Because
correct.
of elliptical orbits, we don't have a circle around the sun. We have an elliptical orbit around the sun.
That's completely irrelevant to what
our
we're talking
planet, about. That's actually pretty relevant when you're talking about the sun distance from the Earth.
I wasn't talking about the sun's
now, I'm
distance
talking
from the
about
Earth.
a greater Earth. I'm not talking about. You did when you posted that picture. When you want to talk about how far something gets away, it gets smaller as it goes. But the figure 8 figure that the science allows is you have the big sun and the star that's above the Earth, and it moves away.
Okay, so I was talking about sunset. Sunset, it lasts a matter of hours. My time lapse was 3 hours.
Hold on. I'm too far away. Sorry, I'm too far away. Come on. Right. But your thing that you have going out there, that picture you're showing, the variable spacing.
Yeah, that was me with a flashlight at my
going
waist.
away, forming a figure 8, and then. Right, that's fine. That works on a planetary scale. But when you're talking interplanetary scale, I'm not denying. Look, I'm not here to say that we live on a flat Earth. I'm saying that we live on a bigger Earth than what we realize that what we have.
Okay, but
So,
the question I was
everything still
asking
works
was about what direction you think the sun is moving in our perspective when it sets. Is it moving away or is it moving down? That was the question I was asking about the crater Earth that you're talking about.
The sun rotates.
That doesn't
It
answer the
rotates.
question.
It doesn't move up. It doesn't. It does. You asked me the question, does it move up or down? I told you that it doesn't move up or down.
I asked if it moves
in
away
fact
or down.
rotates.
And
Okay, so I would go one for the away then. If you want to go black and white, I'll keep it
all
black
right,
and white.
so you
I
think
say
that
away.
this is comparable to sunset then, right? This
No,
with me.
I do not think that that's comparable to sunset because you are still on a flat plane.
Okay.
Okay. That is your hip, your as you look in the distance, things get smaller.
Yeah.
That's how it appears on a small thing, like
Okay.
we are. Now, what if our planet? This is the whole. I come here to challenge people on their beliefs. So, what if our planet that we know as Earth? Have you ever seen the UN map? I'm assuming you have. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence.
It's the azimuthal
I just want an
equidistant. It's what I've
actual
got
conversation here.
animated right here in my life, right here.
Right. But have you ever seen a UN map?
Yeah,
you know
it's
what the UN map looks like?
It's just like this, except without the fancy stuff. It's
right.
It's a diagram.
Right. Okay. So what if just what if? Just think for me for a minute here. What if this? You've looked at the moon, right? You see all the craters in the moon.
Mm-hmm. My wife and I have taken pictures of it.
What if? Right. Everybody's seen the moon. What if those craters are a reflection off the filament that we have? I'm just saying.
Well, okay. I'm not that interested in having people.
You can
listen, Zig. I'm not trying to be mean to you.
You don't.
I'm not trying to rebuke you or anything.
You're on here for trying to prove people wrong and stuff, right?
That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm trying to say. Please let me finish what I'm trying to say. Please let me finish what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I'm not that interested in having people come up here and speculate about what they think might be true about the cosmos or the Earth or the planet or whatever, just aimlessly with no scientific evidence and no grounding in any kind of established community of people who have a model that matches evidence. That doesn't really interest me. There's nothing inherently wrong with conversation like that. It can be misguided, but like whatever. I don't care. I'm just saying it doesn't appeal to me. So
No, I'm not trying to misguide you, or I just trying to have an actual intellectual conversation.
yeah, but the problem
Because
is you're speculating with no
thinks
evidence.
Okay, so a little bit, yes, but if you would let me give me 2 seconds out here, real quick. Okay, so everybody thinks we live in a flat Earth, right?
Not everybody.
Okay,
no.
So where does the bottom of the Earth? So if we live on a flat Earth, I'm going with you, Aaron. Here, if we live on a flat Earth, where does the bottom go? If we dig through the bottom,
I'm not a flat earther.
Wouldn't we eventually come out the bottom and then create a vacuum hole that would suck the entire world in? Because if every other planet in this solar system is round, and we're the only flat plane in existence, and we float on a turtle, or we have this, like you have this animation here, if we dig all the way down and space actually exists, wouldn't that create the vacuum of space, suck everything down that was our planet into the whole of space? So we have to be a globe, right?
Well, okay, Zig, I gotta be honest, I'm having trouble following what you're saying. Like, but it sounds like you're trying to argue for a globe, like you think I'm a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I believe in the globe.
No, I'm not arguing you're a flat earther. I used to be a flat earther. I still kind of am a flat earther.
Okay.
The thing is, though, my biggest question is, if we go to the North Pole and we dig straight down all the way until we break the bottom of the planet, right? That creates a hole, a vacuum, if you would, that would suck everything out, right?
No, not necessarily.
If we live in a filament.
What do you mean by filament? You keep using that word.
So now you're contradicting your own beliefs.
No, I'm not. What do you mean by filament?
You said flat earther. The picture on your right. You're advertising the picture on your right.
Do you
see that
mean
little
firmament?
Thing that you have over there?
Firmament?
That's what I'm. Yeah, sorry about my accent. I do apologize for that. Yes.
Okay. Sorry if I misheard. Okay. All right. So what were you saying about creating a vacuum if you drill down and make a hole?
Okay, so if this whole thing is a flat Earth, right, and we drill straight through, eventually we're going to break through to the vacuum of space.
Well, most flat earthers
according to your model that you have, hold on. According to your model that you have here, you have a dome over the.
I'm not a flat earther. This is not my model. Why do you keep calling it?
This is the model that you're using to represent your argument, though.
No, this is the model I'm using to represent my argument. This is the one I'm arguing against. The one on the left,
right.
I'm arguing against this one.
Wouldn't you put a... Right. So you're only half informed. No, my thing is, what if there are multiple suns because we have multiple stuff? You laugh.
Yeah,
and it's
I'm
funny
laughing.
Because you have a dome over the top, but you don't have a dome. You don't have a dome over the bottom. Do you know about Masonic? What is above is below.
There's no directional
Masonic
in space.
I don't know.
What's that?
RJ's said something. I'm not sure what he said.
As above is below.
I guess I just wanted to interrupt.
You have a dome. You have a dome over the top of the flat Earth, right? Hold on. You have a dome over the top.
No.
What if so? According to your model that you have portrayed
I'm sorry.
Here,
Zig.
No, you
just hold on for a second.
Fine. I get it.
Zig, don't play victim. You've been talking a lot. RJ has tried to say one thing and has not yet succeeded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know somebody was in it. Oh, go ahead, RJ. I'm not a victim. Go ahead, bud.
Okay.
Go ahead, as you were.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I want to say, I've been listening a lot. I'm a listener, but I will say something when I hear something, is directional aspects in space is not a thing. There's no up, down, left.
I understand that.
There's no directionals. There's no north cardinal cardinal directions.
But
So
there is a
when-
galactical north.
relative to orbitals.
That's just a
in the
completely
galactic
arbitrary
system.
convention to call it north
But
and to
yes.
consider it like up or whatever when we depict it.
Yeah, up, down, left, right. So when you're saying that, if you want to go on to a small aspect, there's quirks, there's strings, there's charms, up, left, right. If you really want to go down to that, but it does not make sense for that argument to be implemented.
NASA has a galactical north, though.
It's just
Relative
Polaris.
they picked
planetary
one side
system,
of
which we measure due to objective reality. Yeah, we have to have some sort of basis to observe and
Right.
document.
That, right. The NASA uses Polaris, the North Star, as galactic north.
No, that's not correct.
Ever-changing.
Galactic
they-
and solar system north are two
They-
different things.
Very different.
So, how do we have our galaxy with our arms and all that shit expended? How do we know where it is? What's north, what's south?
It's
The
the Milky
We
Way.
have magnetic poles. Does the if a planet has a magnetic
polar directional
let me
is
talk.
planetary, not
if-
galactical.
right, but if every planet has a north pole, those are all
Every
magnetic,
planet has a north
correct?
pole. No, every
What
planet
planet?
does not have.
Name me a planet that doesn't have a north and a south pole.
RJ,
That
I
exists.
I'm so sorry about this, RJ. This is gonna seem like I'm penalizing you or something, and I'm really, really not. This is because of my brain. I am autistic and I cannot deal with overstimulation. So I'm so sorry. Can I boot you and have a one-on-one with Zig? Is that okay with you? I appreciate the contributions you've made so far to the conversation. I really do. Okay, you're just gonna be...
I don't hate this guy.
I know, I'm just...
He
Again,
can
this is
stay.
about my brain. I'm a little
You're
overstimulated when people are
overstimulation. I'm
talking
sorry.
over each other.
I forgot. No, you're
So,
good. Yep, you're good. You're good.
Zig. Generally, the poles of a planet are defined by its rotation, not its magnetism. Usually, there's a correlation between the two, but not always. Some have the magnetic poles rotated completely wrong or whatever relative to its rotation, okay? And the reason there's a correlation is because magnetism comes from a dynamo effect of the fluids inside the planet spinning around. If it's, if you've got, like, iron in the core and there's, like, electric charges moving through a current of iron, molten iron, it creates a dynamo effect and generates a magnetic field. So that's why there's usually a correlation between the spin and the magnetic field. But it doesn't hold true all the time. And even on Earth, you see the magnetic poles wandering over time. But the geographic poles, which are the points where the rotation axis cuts through the surface, those don't move. Not by comparison to the magnetic poles. So that's just to correct that little misunderstanding. Additionally...
All right, so
Okay, go ahead.
So can I ask a question here?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what about... Okay, so Jupiter has an iron core. Saturn has basically the same thing. Now, they are gas giants.
Actually, we don't really have any
have a
idea what's in the
magma-
core of Jupiter. There's some hypotheses, but we don't know.
Right. So, how do you know that your science is true?
What are you talking about? What science?
If you have no facts of what?
There's...
The fact that...
I just
not
said we
everything
don't know
points
what's
to
in the
north
core
or
of Jupiter.
south. And you just... Hold on. I don't want to overstimulate you. But you do... You
All right,
did
calm
say
down.
that
I know how to...
The magnetic... Hold on. The fluidity of the core. So we're... Right? Isn't that what you just said? Now, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I can manage my own overstimulation, so I don't need you to help me. unless I ask you to. So thank you. The core
Okay,
of
I'm sorry.
Jupiter.
I've worked with just right. I'm listening. Go ahead.
The core of Jupiter is shrouded in thousands and thousands, well, hundreds of thousands of kilometers of material that we can't penetrate with any sensor or like. So like we don't have data to say for sure what is generating the magnetic field on Jupiter. That's my understanding of the current cutting edge of that space science. Okay, it's an ongoing field of investigation, and I don't know what the exact point is right now, but my understanding is that we don't know for sure what's in the core of Jupiter. And if there's a magnetic field, then we can theorize that it must be due to some type of dynamo effect like what I described. But we don't know if there's a solid core of Jupiter or not.
Hold on. I'm going to stop you there. You said theorize, correct?
I probably used that word, yes.
I thought you weren't here for theorizing. You were
here
for scientific
speculating.
Fact.
I said I was not here for speculating with no evidence. That's very different
theorizing from speculation.
No,
when I was
those are not the same thing.
For scientific, it was first the hypothesis, then your experiments, and then your equations that you came up with that.
And the whole process is underpinned and driven by evidence.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
Now, you told me I can't theorize on what I wanted to say.
I just said that all I said was that I wasn't appealed by the prospect.
And told me that your is theory. It's not proven in fact.
Okay, Zig, hold on for a second.
Was I wrong on this?
Hold on for a second. Let me clarify this because you seem to be understanding. When I asked you not to go down the route of speculating, all I was saying was that it doesn't appeal to me to sit here and speculate with no evidence on things we can't know. Okay? Right. Not only is that not trying to gag you, but it's not what I was doing just now.
Hold on. So, theory is a speculation.
No, that's not correct.
The very definition of...
No. What dictionary are you using? Because that's not correct.
Define me what a theory is versus a speculation. What is a theory?
Theory.
If not speculation.
A supposition or system of ideas intending to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained. That's a set of principles on which the practice of an activity is based, or an idea used to account for a situation or justify a course of action. Nowhere in this definition does it say anything about speculation. Speculation.
But it doesn't also say anything about fact. Where does theory state fact?
All right, dude, I'm not going to sit here and have a philosophy of science conversation with you. This is not productive.
I'm a conspiracy theorist, man. Theories are yet to be proven, and that goes back into speculation.
By evidence that
until you can get proof.
It is proof.
That is speculation.
Experiments that are theorized are supported by evidence repeatedly. That's what it is.
Right. But when it becomes fact, then it becomes science. Until then, until you can prove it repeatedly.
The scientific method.
Same thing. It's a theory. Until you can prove it with fact. That is the glory of science. Because you are allowed to experiment until you prove your theory
Zig,
correct.
There's a critical difference here that you seem not to be grasping.
By no bias.
There's another guest requesting. I'm inclined to drop you soon, but I think there's value, maybe, in following this for about 10 more seconds. There is a critical difference between wildly speculating versus what they do in science, when they're on the cutting edge of something they don't know, hypothesizing to explain evidence. Okay? It's all based on and driven by evidence. You speculating that the craters of the moon might be whatever the heck it was you said, that was not driven by evidence. That was not based on evidence. That was just based on something else. Your feelings, your beliefs. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't evidence. And you know, if
isn't it how science starts though?
No.
Is by theories and trying to figure out the truth of things and contradicting other truths. How is it not supported? Nothing is supported when it's theory until it becomes scientific fact.
Zig, no
It is all
scientist.
theory and speculation.
No scientist just takes a wild leap of faith into the dark with their hypotheses.
It's called peer review.
Yes, they do. That is called science.
No, that is not called science.
No, it's not. There's peer reviews that
you
go
guys-
into scientific
All right,
research.
I'm gonna see what this next guest has to say. Thank you, Zig. I appreciate your civil discussion. You're welcome back on the channel later if you want. But I think our conversation for now has run its course.
All right, you have a great night. I'm glad for having you on me and having me talk about this.
Yeah,
you have a great night.
You too.
I hope I didn't offend anybody too hard, but
No.
I just like to express.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like I said, theory is always speculation until it's proven. That is the point of science. At least that's the way I was raised back in the 80s. Was you test your theory, then your theory comes to speculation, and then you test your speculation and your theory until you get proven scientific facts.
Yeah, I don't know where you
That
got
is-
any of that. That's not correct.
How I was raised.
Yeah, I hope you know that your decisions and your
That's science.
That's
how
not science.
work.
Good night, Zig.
It is science.
All right. Let's see what Sam has to say. Welcome, Sam.
Hey, Peter. Hey, guys.
How's it going?
Hey, it's going good, man. I saw your live and I saw you guys talking about this stuff, and I felt like pressing a request. Now I've been down both sides of the rabbit hole here, you know,
Oh, yeah?
the flat Earth, the round Earth stuff. I've gone full tilt, you know, flat Earth, but I've come back around to believing
Really?
that the Earth is actually a globe, and I would like to discuss maybe my reasoning for that. It might be interesting to hear my perspective.
I have a question for you before we get into that.
Oh, sure.
We have a website, Flurf Wiki. You can find it at flurf.info, where we maintain a list of former flat earthers. And the reason we do this is because one of the cult dogmas is once you go flat, you never go back.
Oh,
As
yeah,
you can see,
count me down as
it's a lie.
yeah. You can count me down as a come back around guy.
An
Sure.
escapee. All right. Thank you so much. I will tend to that. Let me see. I'm not logged in on.
Is that like a place I should go, and is that like a thing I go and sign up and put my own information down, or do you
No, I
guys
can
moderate
handle
that?
it. Unless you want to, like, you're certainly welcome to contribute to the Flurf Wiki if you want. It's a wiki, crowdsourced.
Okay.
But I will do this while listening to whatever else that you wanted to talk about, because this just takes a second.
Okay. Sure. So, you know, I was listening to, I think his name was Zig, a minute or two ago.
Actually, Sam,
Seemed like a
would you
rational
mind
guy.
typing something in the chat real quick? I don't know why, but for some reason I can't figure out a way to look at a TikTok user's profile without. Okay,
Gotcha, man.
awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna
Sure,
go ahead
go
and
ahead.
follow you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go on with what you're saying.
Of course. Yeah, I was listening to, I think his name was Zig. Didn't seem like a bad guy. Seemed like he
No.
was just kind of pursuing stuff.
Yeah,
and
he
so that
got.
kind of motivated me to press the request button, because he seemed like an open-minded guy. Maybe he's just not fully through all the conclusions yet. He's exploring stuff. Some people are really, inclined to do this. One thing that kind of made me come back around, which is interesting to talk about, I think, which is tough to explain from a flat earther perspective, is what I notice is a lot of the content that we see for people talking about flat Earth are people that exist as English speakers in the northern hemisphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at the night sky, we mainly observe the northern pole. And so even if we do like a long-term observation, like a time lapse of the night sky, we only really see stars rotating around the northern pole. But what can be interesting is when you talk to people who live in the southern hemisphere who are interested in astronomy and who do time lapses of the night sky, their video and observations indicate stars rotating around a secondary pole, which would be the southern pole. And that's hard for people who live in the northern hemisphere who don't have a lot of money to travel to the southern hemisphere to go prove themselves, but that's why the internet is so amazing. You can go look up amateur astronomy time lapses of the night sky in the southern hemisphere, perhaps from like Australia, pointed towards the south, and people's videos will show that there is a southern pole, or at least there are stars rotating around what seems to be a southern pole. So, if you want to use the scientific method here and form a hypothesis, it's, if you observe the night sky from the southern hemisphere and it shows stars rotating around a pole, then that indicates that we live on a globe because we have a north and south pole, etc. And then you can go and test the hypothesis. But that's really what brought me back around to believing, actually, we probably kind of live on a globe. There's all the conspiracy theories about, planes travel in certain flight paths.
Yeah.
Because it's quicker. And, I'm not a pilot, so I can't exactly, and I don't really pay attention to their flight paths that hard. So there's all that stuff. And
have you seen this TikTok channel? The Final Experiment?
Oh, is this the thing where it shows like the sun's
24-hour sun in Antarctica?
In Antarctica.
Yeah, so this was a big deal.
Yeah.
They took 4 flat earthers to Antarctica to observe this. And while they were on the trip, they also took the opportunity to collect a whole bunch of other evidence about the southern hemisphere for exactly the reasons that you're talking about. And so they have a whole video here about the South Celestial Pole. And then they also have a whole video about southern hemisphere flights. So both of the things you just mentioned, like, we're covered on this channel. So that's pretty cool.
And what's their name on this channel, these guys?
The Final Experiment. This guy is Will Duffy. He's the creator of The Final Experiment. He's the one who basically arranged it and invited the people and also paid for I think 4 of the people's like airfare and stuff. They're like the trip cost for 4 of them.
Yeah.
There were 9 people on the trip in total. 4 Globers, and then Will Duffy, and then 4 Flat Earthers. And Will Duffy paid for himself, Dave McKeegan, who was one of the Globers, and then Austin Whitsitt and Jaron Campanella, who were Flat Earthers. And so this was a big deal because Jaron Campanella has now renounced Flat Earth as a direct result of this trip, seeing the 24-hour sun with his own eyes.
hey man, this is science, man.
Yeah, exactly. But now he's
I
being demonized and attacked by all the
ah
flat earthers in a gigantic wave of venom and vitriol. It's
yeah.
yeah.
I think
So
I think that speaks to a really interesting thing in like a this almost kind of ties into like a psychological thing because there's like a in the conspiracy community there's like a distrust of information you're presented directly online through media, right?
unless it's from a flat
Because
earther.
there's
And the
I
irony
mean,
there
well,
is that that's where the most lies are.
yeah, and it's tough because you know it's hard to disseminate what is necessarily you know pushed information, and I think people are distrusting in things when they find out that people are lying to them for the first time.
Yeah. Oh
But
boy. I got
maybe
a
something.
person requesting. He's in the chat named Pastor Kalia. And he's saying, you have to be an atheist to believe the earth is a globe.
Oh, I'm not an atheist. I don't believe that. I believe the earth is a globe. And
I'm a
honestly,
Christian and I believe the earth is a globe.
I've gone personally from Christianity or Catholic, maybe specifically, into maybe being an atheist, but that was because I was kind of searching for answers into, again, believing that there is a higher power and a God. Because that's another conversation. But
so Sam, thank you so much for joining and for your contributions. And thanks for being here,
of
RJ.
course, Peter, man. Thank you for taking me on the live here, and I appreciate you showing me that channel. I'll definitely check that out, and hopefully some people listening can consider what I was saying about the southern hemisphere and the time lapses of the night sky, and maybe add that to their hypotheses to whatever they want to do. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm gonna invite Pastor Kalia up because he was requesting to join. So you have a good night, Sam. Thanks for joining.
You too, guys. Take care.
All right.
All right. So I'm a little surprised that he says he believes in God. You believe in God as well or no?
I do. I've been a Christian all my life.
So I find it surprising how people could claim to be Christian, but in the Word of God, it makes it clear that there's a firmament over the earth, a physical thing over the earth, and that the earth is not moving.
So the word firmament is better translated expanse. It just means the sky. So
not really, because when you look at the different scriptures, it expounds more on what the firmament is actually made out of.
Like where?
For example, go to Job 38 and 17. It literally tells you what it's made
That's not even the word rakia in that verse.
Okay, so are you gonna go to it?
Yeah, I'm going to it right now.
And then could you explain to me why the
what was it again? Job.
The earth is not moving. 38 and 17.
Are we talking about the New Testament Christian religion Bible?
Well, Job is in the Old Testament.
It doesn't matter. It's the Word of God, regardless if it's the Old or not.
You know, when you say God, you're Christian. You believe in the Christian God. I
don't understand how we could claim to be Christians but reject half of God's words. I don't get it.
So RJ, I'm so sorry. I'm starting to feel overstimulated again. I really am afraid you might take this personally, and I really don't mean it personally. I have a really one-track mind, like severely one-track mind. So I'm trying to look up this verse. I'm trying to ask Pastor Kalia what verse it was so that I can look it up. And now you're starting a different topic or not different topic, but a different branch with him. And it's like, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I have you drop down so that I can engage with Pastor Kalia? I appreciate you being here. You've contributed wonderfully to the conversation, and you've been so respectful until now. I just have this very one-track mind. I'm sorry. Oh, he says he's muting. Okay. So, Kalia, what was the verse?
Job 38 and 17.
What do you mean 38 and 17? 38 is a chapter. 38:17 is not the verse you're talking about. It says, "Have the gates of death been revealed to you, or have you seen the gates of deep darkness?" So I don't think you mean 38:17. What verse?
All right, give me 1 second.
Is it 37:18 maybe? I think it's 37:18. Easy mistake to make. Yeah, can you like him spread out the skies hard as a cast metal mirror? Surely that's the verse you're referring to.
In the King James, it says a molten glass.
Right, but it's not even talking about the firmament in this verse.
Yes,
it says
is, sir.
it's not the word rakia. Look in the Hebrew. It's not the word rakia.
You keep saying Hebrew. You keep saying look into Hebrew. Okay, since you're going to tell me to look into Hebrew, because I'm sure you're not even saying the correct Hebrew, how do you say Christ's name in Hebrew?
Look, I'm not trying to measure our private parts on how much we know about Hebrew. I'm just saying it's not that word in Hebrew.
No, but that's important because you keep saying look into Hebrew. First of all, the Hebrew that you're speaking is not even accurate, and I can prove that.
I'm not speaking Hebrew.
By you telling me.
I'm referring to a Hebrew word using my best clumsy English pronunciation of it, okay? Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. Who cares?
My point is that word is not correct, so it makes a big difference.
Look, you started this by saying, I'm not sure how you can be a Christian and be a Glober. At least have we clarified that? Because the stuff you're saying...
No, I'm going to hold to what I said. There's no way you can be a Christian and believe the earth is moving when the Bible says the complete opposite. There's no way.
It doesn't say that. Look, you have an interpretation... And we can talk about whether that interpretation is superior or inferior to my interpretation. Where do you go?
Still here. I'm getting the verse right now for you that says the earth doesn't move.
No, you gotta listen to me for a second, okay? Don't get more verses, don't get more arguments, and don't talk more.
I gotta listen to you. You're not my slave master. You don't speak like that. You gotta listen to me for a second. You could have said that more respectfully.
I'm sorry.
All right?
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
I'm a different type of pastor. I'm not your regular pastor. All right? I teach
I know.
from the Bible.
I know you're not a regular pastor.
I hope you
regular
know.
pastors aren't flat earthers.
Pastor. I'm an Israelite pastor. All right? I'm a different type of pastor, Israelite pastor.
Yeah, you're.
I don't have time for you Europeans. All right? So don't be disrespectful. All right.
What the heck does that mean? You don't have time for Europeans? What does that mean?
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't have time for you cracker jacks to try to be disrespectful. Say you better listen. It ain't working like that.
Okay.
All right. It don't work like that. And Sam, you're an atheist as well. To believe this nonsense, you're atheist.
For you to say that type of shit right there, that's disrespectful. Like, I muted for Peter right now, but what you just said actually fucking took me off.
Yeah, I kicked him. He started breaking my rules.
For you to say that, that's fucking crazy.
Here he is.
I do not tolerate that shit. Personally, literally personally.
Kalia, you are muted for the entire live because you called Sam an atheist.
Not even.
That's a guerrilla tactic.
That is not cool.
You broke my live rules.
Not cool for what he said. That's why I unmuted. That's not cool at all. Not at all. And that's why I got out of my mute. It's because what he said. That is crazy. That is so unprecedented.
Yeah. RJ, can you hear me?
So disrespectful.
Yeah. I kicked Pastor Kalia and muted him for the entire live because
understandably, because what he said is so uncalled for and not respectful, and
he doesn't have time for Europeans.
Right,
I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously. That's just hilarious.
Right there. That is just like a kickoff, an unflux. of dissonance from a primordial religious aspect, and it's not okay.
All right,
Really
Zig is
not.
trying to request again.
Again, this is for the third time, right? So he's been here 3 times, and I understand and I appreciate your trying to kind of get him in here and try to see where he's coming from, but
Originally,
it's
I kicked Zig just because it seemed like our conversation wasn't being like that productive, and Sam was requesting to join. So, since at the moment I don't have anybody else requesting, I might invite him up again. But he says he wanted to debate Kalia. I'm not having Kalia back up here. Kalia was toxic. He broke my live rules. Common Loot, are you a flat earther? If you're a flat earther, I'll put you ahead of Zig. Zig says he wanted to talk to Kalia anyway, but Zig, Zig, you were okay with my rules. Like you it wasn't perfect, but you didn't cross the line. You were okay. Kalia crossed the line. Kalia's gone. Zig, do you still? What's that?
No, sorry, keep going.
So Zig, do you still want up here to talk more? Because you're not going to get the chance to talk to Kalia here. Kalia's gone. RCGR says, thank you for not being a rage-baiting flat earther. I just crossed the stream a few scroll ago. Yeah. There's a lot of those out there. I'm not hearing from Zig whether he still wants to be up or not. He hasn't canceled his request, but... Okay, so Zig, if you don't have anything particular that you want to talk about now because Kalia's gone, I'm going to put Common Loot ahead of you because you had your turn earlier. So... How's it going, Common Loot?
Hey, what's up? Well, I'm not a flurf, so I'm.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't have any flurfs requesting right now except for Zig.
Oh, okay.
He says he isn't a flurf, but whatever.
Oh, okay. Well then. Well, shit. I have no commentary. I don't
okay.
know.
That's okay. I mean, no harm, no foul.
Okay. Let me put something like this to like the audience. For people that are like maybe on the fence or something. Yeah, I used to work with artillery, and when air defense I was air defense artillery myself, and we got dispatched to like all other kinds of ground troops. A lot of them with like howitzers and mortars and stuff like that, and they absolutely had to account for Calderos, the spin of the Earth, to hit their targets, and it's in every single field artillery field manual.
Yeah, and, that's something that
just, I could just leave it like that. And well, here's another one too.
Yes, thank you for your service, by the way.
Oh, no problem. And here's another one too. Here's a nice, cool, flat Earth killer. You can use ham radio, right? Everybody needs to know what ham radio is. Like,
I actually have a ham radio license. I'm KD8BWA.
You do? Okay. Oh shit, cool. Oh, then you know all about an EME, right?
I don't practice. I got my license when I was like 11 years old, and I renewed it once.
Well, okay. Well, I'll put it like this. When I was in military school before I joined the army, there was a ham radio club, and I like did that because I thought it was easy or something. Anyway, what we did when we were in ham radio club is we shot a signal at the speed of light towards the moon, and then we timed how long it took to come back to our
Nice.
receivers. And by doing so, we could calculate exactly how far away the moon was.
Very nice.
And you know what, Flourish? It was exactly where everybody said it was. And you, Flourish,
That's
can
cool.
do this too. And you just use ham radio, bounce the signal off the moon like radar, and time how long it takes to come back. And you can calculate the exact distance of the moon. It's not local. Anyway,
Very good experiment.
big fan. Yeah. Anyway,
Well, thank you for
that's
joining and sharing that. I'm gonna invite Tartar Sauce up.
cool. Yeah, like knock me off. Take it easy.
Thanks. You have a good night, Common Loop.
I will. How do I?
Tartar Sauce, how's it going?
Yellow. It's good, man. Blast, how are you?
Oh, somebody tips me off that I should probably ask if you're okay with my rules in my live.
No guerrilla tactics. Alright, that's fine.
All right. So, what's your angle?
Yeah, man, I'm a flat earther, man. Geocentrist.
All right. You know those two things aren't the same, right? Just
Yeah,
checking.
I understand that. Yep.
All right. So, can I assume that you are a robothemist, flat earther?
No, more biblical side.
Okay, but where do you think the sun goes at night?
Most definitely out of our perspective.
Okay, that's robothemism. And I can prove it wrong.
Well, one sec. Do you want to start this conversation talking about the sky?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You don't want to talk about the ground?
We can use the sky to learn about the ground.
Okay.
And we've been doing it for thousands of years. Like, for example, with celestial navigation. Do you deny that celestial navigation exists or works?
I deny that the globe model is real. And celestial navigation was working just fine based off of flat Earth.
Well, we could address that at another time, but you have to concede, surely, that if celestial navigation works, no matter how it works, that is an example of using the sky to learn where you are on the ground.
I mean, no, not at all. Let me ask you this: does the sky prove 8 inches per mile squared?
8 inches per mile squared is a flat Earth cult dogma. That doesn't come from actual science. Now, it is fairly accurate as an approximation within a certain range. But, I mean, we're off to a bad start here if you're saying 8 inches per mile squared. This shows that you have studied cult dogma more than you have studied science.
1 second, man. Try to, like, lose incredulity if that's cool, man. So, you don't know what I know. I'm just stating the basic.
Somebody gave me a gift. Thank you so much. There was a little doggy on
But
my
sure,
screen.
yeah, show us how this proves the sun doesn't change size, and I'm gonna debunk it in 5 seconds, right?
So you already lost track of the conversation and don't know what I'm trying to prove with this?
Is that not this time lapse of the sun?
It is a time lapse of the sun. It's not talking about the sun's size. It's talking about whether the sun moves away or down.
Keep going.
You said the sun moves out of our perspective. That's robothemism. In robothemism, the sun sets by moving away horizontally, right? This was my measurement of sunset. It took 3 hours right before sunset. And I had 2 cameras side by side, completely identical cameras, but one had welding glass in front of it. So that's why you see a light and a dark version side by side. And as you can see with the way I've marked it, I don't know if you can read this, it says fixed spacing, right? Do you see that?
Yep.
That's if you take frames from the time lapse at even intervals, at a constant interval, and overlay them. That's what I did to make this, and it's fixed spacing.
Okay.
This is perspective. I held a flashlight at my waist, and I walked away from the camera until I was gone. Notice the difference? Variable spacing.
Yeah.
This proves the sun is not moving away. It's moving down.
Yeah, one second. Yeah, what angle is the sun at?
What angle?
Yeah, with the dead time lapse, want to get exact coordinates based off of mathematical grade, you need the angle of the sun reference to the observer. So
Slow
what angle
down.
did you start it at?
I have the... here's the actual numeric readout. Okay, I had a compass and a sextant at the same time. So the red is the sextant measuring the altitude of the sun, the altitude angle. And you can see the measures on the right side here. So
40.
it varied. It started out somewhere around like 38 degrees above the horizon, above eye level. And then as it, throughout the time lapse, it moved down to almost 0 before it was obscured by trees.
Hey, this is a reference of your specific one, right? Your specific one?
Yes, this was as I actually have a picture of the setup here somewhere. Well, these are videos. I don't know if I can even play these. Anyway, that's beside the point. I was taking these measurements as I was recording the time lapse.
Mm-hmm.
And on the left side, you can see the azimuth taken from a compass reading at the time. I had the whole contraption, like with my sextant and everything, on a spinning table that was level. And so I was able to track both the azimuth and the altitude. So these are the angles that you were asking for.
Yeah, so can you show me can you go back to your main one, your perspective one you were using as reference? Yeah, this one, yeah, this one. Right, cool. Two things. One, on the globe paradigm, the sun is setting in a straight linear path. That's an obvious curve, and it's got an arc angle to it. I could measure myself if you want me to, or you can just be intellectually honest.
Wait a minute, you just made a claim about the globe paradigm and what it states.
Yeah, so on the globe model, does the sun set in a linear path, or does it set an arc angle?
Arc angle? What do you mean arc angle?
Does the sun set in a straight line down, or does it set at an angle?
So there's multiple components here. If you're asking whether the path the sun takes in the sky is straight or curved, I assume by that you mean whether it's an orthodrome on the celestial sphere or a small circle on the celestial sphere, because a small circle is, curved in a sense, whereas an orthodrome is a straight circle around the observer. The sun only takes an orthodrome around the celestial sphere on an equinox. This was taken in May, I think, so it was not the equinox, and therefore it was not an orthodrome. You can see it's a small circle path that does appear in the camera to slightly curve.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. That works just fine on flat Earth. But check it out. Look, I got 1 second. Let me show you something too, man.
What do you mean it's kind of weird? You asked what was predicted by the globe. I just told you what was predicted.
So it's weird because on the flat Earth paradigm, it actually supposed to be arcing at an angle. You can measure the arc angle distance to the horizon using zenith angles, actually. But check it out. So I did my own. I got my own one right here, man. If you want to do us a comparison, so I didn't measure the distance to the obviously the light source to the observer, right? But if you do a time lapse of the sun, you put it in a pixel graph, which is what we did over here.
That's my time lapse.
That's not your time lapse.
That's my time lapse. I recognize it.
No, this is Peter Markley, which is you, right? But this one's yours. This one's not your time lapse. This is the one that we measured.
You're pointing at my time lapse.
Yes. So the one you're showing, we measured. This one's yours. This is the one we measured.
No,
Well,
they're
yeah, it's
both
reference
mine.
those.
Those are both mine. I
Yes.
literally can show you.
Yes, I know it's yours, Peter, but I'm saying this is the one that we measured.
Oh, okay. So I'm
Like
sorry.
we
You're
took
saying.
yours and we measured your work.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yes, you claimed that the star was supposed to prove that first of all, you didn't measure the angular size in that time lapse you just showed me. You said you were measuring the distance, so it was increasing
Correct.
and
I was not
decreasing.
really controlling for size beyond just putting a
Cool.
welding glass in front of my camera. That wasn't the point of the experiment.
Yeah, I understand that. So
It
real
was
quick,
a side note.
on your if you're correct or whatever, in the distance you said didn't increase, correct?
Correct. The distance did not meaningfully increase or change. But I wasn't
So
measuring that.
well, we did. So
No,
check it
you
out.
didn't measure that using my data because my data wasn't controlled for that. There are confounding variables, namely brightness of the sun. I specifically set my camera to constant exposure
Okay,
instead
cool.
of
So if it
auto
stayed
exposure
constant, sounds great. So if it had a constant exposure, why did it change 40% based off of a
because
pixel?
of glare. Because of
Really?
glare.
So the glare was increasing and decreasing within your time lapse. How long was your time lapse? How many minutes?
3 hours.
Cool. So within 3 hours, the glare changed 40% on a pixel graph.
So?
So, does the
This-
sun change angular? Does the sun change in angular size? Yes or no?
Not meaningfully. No, it's by
Really?
like
Well,
a couple of percentage points.
Yeah, this contradicts that.
No, it doesn't, because that's not good data for the angular size of the sun. As I told you, there's glare. You can see
Yeah,
it. If
so
you
what-
look at the photo,
was it
there's
constant?
obvious glare.
All right, you know what, Peter? Just for argument's sake, I'll show you a better one. Since you're just gonna argue about this, I'm not trying to go back and forth. Even with the glare, though, it does change 40%, man. You can.
It does not. It does not.
Yeah, well, I just showed it to you based off of a pixel graph, but you can deny it if you want.
You showed it to me
Listen.
based on dirty data, which was taken by me for a different purpose. I was controlling for a different thing.
Yeah, but you stated that it stayed constant. You had a constant.
Yes, because I was
resolution.
naively assuming that flat earthers would be capable of non-zero inference based on a side note. That was
Really?
that was naive of me to assume that flat earthers were capable of that. I see that you're taking this from Angels of Light. That's not
Yep,
very.
use an MD1 million. Let me guess. Was the light enhanced?
What?
Is that what your argument is going to be? He enhanced the light.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why is the sun changing size right here, man?
Almost every single one of those is obvious glare.
Really? So 1 second. So when the sun changes, so should the sun change size due to refraction?
You can't see the size of the sun in most of those pictures.
Does the sun change size due to refraction?
Not meaningfully. I mean, a little bit vertically. There's some vertical compression near the horizon because
Cool.
of.
So this one's horizontal. And it still change size. Why is that?
What?
This one's horizontal. Why is that?
Yeah,
still changes size. You
it's
said
glare. I
all
told you
changes
it's
size
glare.
vertically.
Every single one
It's
of those
glare.
pictures shows enormous glare. You can literally see it because the edges are
Yeah.
fuzzy. You cannot see the angular size of the sun accurately unless you can see sunspots. It has to be exposed correctly to avoid glare.
So you know when you're zoomed in on the sunspots, you don't get the best angular size.
I'm not talking about zoom. I'm talking about exposure.
Yes, in order to have the sunspots, you need to have an exposure and zoom. You don't just have exposure.
You'd be
without
able
a
to see
zoom.
sunspots in those photos if they were exposed correctly. You cannot,
Really?
therefore those are not exposed correctly.
So you're telling me I can see the sunspots on the sun without increasing its angular resolution?
I mean, you do need sufficient angular resolution, but you have
there you go. So now you
sufficient
do
angular
have to-
resolution.
Now you do have to zoom in. All right, cool.
No,
Alright.
that's not what I said, and that's not what I said means. I said you need sufficient angular resolution. I saw sunspots on the sun with my own photo with only 300 pixels across the surface of the sun. You have that much in those photos, and the sunspots are not visible. Therefore, the zoom was fine. It was the exposure that was wrong.
All right. Well, I agree to disagree, man. I'm not trying to go back and forth with you.
Yeah, of course, because you can't answer.
Well, I gave you my. I mean, you know what? I mean, you can reject. I reject. You know, you can agree or disagree. It's whatever. Where's the other half of the sun, Peter?
Listen, I am not interested in following your script that you built based on content from Angels of Light. Angels of Light is a toxic human being.
This isn't angels. This is hold on. This one's not angels, but this is not angels at all.
Okay, but is it another flat earther like him? Because I'm getting some very bad vibes from you right now, and I'm.
Peter, if you're scared, you can say that, man. I don't know why you're scared. You're a smart
I'm not
guy, right?
scared.
You're smart.
I am angry because you are breaking my live rules now.
Wait, are you a PhD physicist?
No.
Wait, are you that guy that debated with Nathan, with PhD Tony? Is that you? Is that you, Peter?
I did debate alongside PhD Tony.
Oh my gosh, dude. Tony destroyed Dog Walk. It's whatever. Look. Tony, you guys did good. I watched the debate. You guys debated, I think, Angel and Nathan, right?
Yes.
That's why you knew that picture. All right, cool. That makes sense, man. Yeah, so if you want, I won't use any Angel's data if that's what you want.
No, what I want is for you to avoid Angel's toxicity. That's what I want.
I'm trying to have a conducive argument. I'm not trying to be hostile, man.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, that's... the problem is, if you cannot recognize the toxicity in someone like Angel, then I don't trust your promise that you're going to avoid it. Because if you can't recognize it in him, then you can't recognize it in yourself either.
You said there's only one rule in your life. You said no guerrilla tactics. I'm not using any of them.
I didn't say there was only one rule.
Oh, my bad. You literally said the first thing I'm not doing in life. This is my rule in my life.
Yes.
So, I mean,
that is the main rule, but there's a lot in that category. That's I can't list a giant I can't list a giant enumerated list of rules on the screen. That would be illegible. Okay?
Okay.
So I have to give one single punchline to communicate the idea that I don't like toxicity in my life, and that includes people like Angels of Light. So if you are imitating him, if you are learning from him, or any flat earther like him, then that means you're prone to behavior that is not welcome here.
Well, that's kind of stigmatism, but it's okay. I respect it. Can you just real quick? Can you lay out the boundaries so I can respect it?
I don't want to follow a script that you have that's just basically designed to trap me in something.
Oh my gosh, boss! Isn't that what you had ready for me? Didn't you have a script ready for me? You just had a whole script ready.
I had concepts I wanted to explain to you. There are a million ways we can talk about those concepts, and I have followed a million routes in talking about them.
Yeah, by all means, I respect it. Go ahead, man. Take over.
I'm not saying I don't want to see what you were going to present. I was just saying that... Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Well, I understand. I respect it, man. You just don't want to have a toxic life.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so... Are you aware that robothemism is 100% unique in history?
No.
Okay. Do you know the Epic of Gilgamesh? Have you heard of it?
No.
It's an ancient Sumerian text. Okay. And it describes a mythological story of a guy named Gilgamesh. And at a certain point, he travels through what they call the Tunnel of the Sun, or the Road of the Sun. It's a tunnel under the earth. It demonstrates that in ancient Sumeria, their cosmology was that they believed the sun traveled underneath the flat earth.
Okay.
Similarly, in ancient Egypt, there's a book called the Book of Gates, and it describes in great detail a journey that the sun god Ra takes through the underworld at night on a little boat through the underworld.
All right.
Once again, we have an example of an ancient culture who believed that the sun was under the earth at night. Similarly, in Aztec culture, I believe it's Aztec, there was an earth god named Tlauhticutli, and every night she swallowed the sun, and in the morning she vomited it back up. Once again, an ancient culture that believed at night the sun was under.
That's
so
cool.
I have actually taken an extensive survey of every ancient culture that had info that I could study on this. Where is this? Actually, I'm just going to go to my website on this. Here we go. This is the results of my research. 71% of ancient cultures that I surveyed, best I could, were inconclusive. They didn't give enough info or detail about their cosmology to determine whether they were robothemist or not. By robothemist, I mean the sun traveling in a circle overhead with a relative daytime or nighttime instead of an absolute daytime or nighttime. 29% of them, including all the ones I just mentioned to you, Sumerian, Egyptian, Aztec, all of these explicitly describe an Earth system where the sun was gone at night for all of mankind. Most of the time it was under the Earth.
Okay.
And Hebrew cosmology is even in that category because the Book of Enoch describes gates in the firmament through which the sun would exit and enter every morning and evening. Right? So there is strong consensus in ancient cultures that the sun was gone at night for all of mankind. Every ancient culture that believed in a flat earth believed that.
That's not true at all.
Oh, yes, it is. If you have evidence to contradict, please share.
Yeah, cool. Hey, you ever heard of the Babylonians?
Yeah, they're on here.
Yeah. You ever look into the asymptotic model or the Ori cycle? Or where about the Soros cycle that NASA still uses to predict the lunar solar
That's not what they use.
18-month Metonic calendar.
That's not what NASA uses.
Oh, I can back it up. Hey, hold on 1 second. Any claim I make, I will back up with evidence. I don't do that back and forth with no evidence thing, right? So if I'm telling it to you, I will back it up with resources.
Then go ahead.
Lucky for you, I've done this plenty of times.
NASA doesn't use a Soros cycle. Go ahead. Back it up.
Cool, check it out. All right, cool. And then, so this is a quick Google search, but I'm also going to show you the Solar cycle that they admit to, that they actually, so it's predicted up to 2044. But check it out. So yes, NASA still uses the Solar cycle and a 12 year 11-day cycle to help organize understanding of the occurrence of solar lunar eclipses.
Okay, so
still
did you read the next sentence? While modern astronomy
advances, yeah, I know. I love how you guys skipped the blue line. Right?
I didn't skip it. I read it silently, and then I noticed the relevant part that you were going to skip. And you just clicked away so that the audience couldn't read it.
That's okay. That's cool. We can read together. Anonymous in the second half of the first millennia who were observers that kept the records of astronomical events.
That's not the same screen as before. Go back to the first screen and let us read that sentence that you don't want the audience to read.
Okay, but 1 second. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Okay. So
Okay.
the NASA uses solar cycle, while modern astronomy uses advanced mathematical models. The solar cycle provides a simple and useful tool for understanding the repetition of these
Yeah.
events and helps categorize the eclipses.
So NASA
Demonstrating
uses a Saros cycle in the same sense that sometimes we still use a sundial instead of a watch.
cool.
It's a
All right.
it's a
So
crude tool. There are better tools now.
nice. Check it out. So this is NASA's catalog of the solar cycle based off of 0116, which is the ancient Babylonian Metonic cycle, which was predicted up to 2044, which is what they're still using, right? If you want, I can back this up as well. This is just the host. This is just the data that was already predicted back then up to 2044. And if you want to get more actual evidence, check it. This is what I was trying to show you earlier, but I guess yeah. Anyways, it states that the ancient I can't even read it. Do you know why it's making my picture so zoomed?
What?
Do you know why my like picture is so zoomed in?
I don't. I think it's probably has something to do with aspect ratio, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, what I was gonna say is, so the solar cycle, I admit to you, they said it's based off of the repetition. It's not nothing specific, based off of whatchamacallit. Whatchamacallit. So I guess it doesn't prove flat Earth, but it does base it off of a stationary plane or geocentric model, right? With the sun not being the center of the universe, it would be Earth. And now
Yeah,
it's
that
also
wasn't what
asking
we were talking about. Of course, everyone still believed in a geocentric model until the Copernican revolution.
well, the Etheric model also believed in a flat geocentric plane based off of flat Earth
So
until the Copernican principle.
you didn't falsify this though. You
Well,
didn't.
you stated no one. Wasn't your claim that no one back then predicted? Well, excuse me. Rephrase your claim.
No ancient culture that believed in a flat Earth believed the sun set by moving away. Every single one of them believed the sun was gone at night for all mankind. It wasn't like just a local spotlight moving around, illuminating different areas.
That's not what the Etheric model states. Well,
I,
look it up.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know what the Etheric model is?
No.
Yeah. Well, got you there. We'll hear that, man.
No, I don't think you got me. You have
No,
if you're claiming that this is incorrect, then you have to prove it because I did extensive research.
Yeah, me too, man. All right, check it. Where we at? Is it this one? Or is it? Yeah, here it is. Ancient. My bad. I have so many pictures. I'm not even on my computer, man.
Do you have anything other than AI summaries?
AI summaries, yeah, of course, man.
Okay, I'm just asking because it seems to be like he showed like 5 different ones of those. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Antikythera. That is not an ancient culture's cosmology. That is a device they found at the bottom of the ocean.
1 second. Your statement was that there's no one ancient back time that predicted the sun was making circular paths above us, correct?
What I said was there's
or was that not your claim?
No ancient culture. I didn't say person. I said no ancient culture believed that the sun made circles above the earth. And
yeah,
never
this is based off of the Greeks, the Koine Greeks specifically, which was a device they used to predict the lunar and solar eclipses based off of the sun creating circular paths above their heads. Now, where is that exactly? Word for word, verbatim? Here you go.
What? That doesn't say what you're saying.
No, that was just to show you what I was referencing.
Oh, are you
what is it at?
pulling up something else?
Well, yeah, man, it's a lot more to it.
Okay. Again, with the AI summaries.
Well, I mean, do you want me to press the link for you? Will that make it better?
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I mean, hold on 1 second. No, it's like I can 1 second. I can get more in depth.
I'm just starting to notice it's a pattern. Like I'm not relying on AI summaries with my. Okay.
Is this AI summary?
No, that looks like Wikipedia.
All right, cool. The etheric model, based off of astronomy, and based off of a geocentric model, also known as geocentrism, right?
That's a globe.
You said what?
That is a globe.
Yeah. So what it is so 1 second. This is a globe, correct? But 1 second. So your claim was that the sun doesn't make linear orbits above us, correct?
No, that wasn't my claim.
Yes, you did. You said that the ancient bro, hold on, stop. If you don't mind, leave the incredulity at the door, man. So check it out, man. So the Earth was at the center. Under most of the geocentric models, the sun, moon, and stars orbited the Earth.
Yeah.
Right? But so
I wasn't talking about that at all.
1 second. So if the Earth's in the center and everything's revolving above the Earth, how does that work if it's not making circular movements?
Where does that say above?
Earth and the so check it out. The supersede description of the universe with Earth at the center and the geocentric model of the sun, moon, and stars and planets all orbit the Earth.
Yeah,
so
around.
If the Earth's at the center.
Around, not above. Around.
Yeah. So what, bro? So it's in the center. So Earth's in the center instead of the sun, which is what you believe, and you're a heliocentrist, right? So this contradicts that. On top of that,
that wasn't even what we were talking about at all, not even remotely.
Well, let's keep reading about it, man. It states while the moon and the planets have these motions, they also appear to revolve around center at about once per day. The stars appeared.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's
around. Just like I said, why are we even talking about this? Why are we talking about geocentrism?
So, brother, in this paradigm, right, the ancient Greeks proposed before the Copernican principle, because that's the picture you saw, there was a globe, right? They changed it. That's why the picture was. Before it was a flat stationary plane, but then the Copernican principles came around and they proposed a globe or a sphere Earth. So then they
No, that's not correct. It was a globe long before Copernicus.
One second, I'm gonna read it to back it up, man. So check it out.
You're just wrong. There's nothing you could read to back that up. That's just wrong.
Earth model implied in some mythology, the Greeks astronomer with mathematical Sartius and Samus, replacing all of the well-known planets to the correct order all around the planet. The Greeks believed that let me move these comments. How do you move the comments? The Greeks believed that the motions of the planets were circular, a view above them, not until challenged in Western culture.
You just inserted the phrase above them. Where is that in the text?
You say what, brother?
You just inserted the phrase above them. Where is that in the text you were reading?
The ancient Greek believed that the motions of the planets were circular, a view.
Yeah, it's not there. That phrase that you inserted is not there. You just inserted it.
I mean, all right, 1 second. If it's not above them and Earth's in the center, where's it revolving?
Around. It just said that at the top of the screen. It's around, not above.
1 second.
You're just mixing up geocentrism with your robothonist cosmology.
Hey, Peter, 1 second, Peter. So if under globe paradigm, the sun's in the center, correct? And we're revolving around the sun.
No, you're talking about geocentrism, which was a different globe paradigm. There are multiple globe paradigms.
Yes, I understand this. I know that. So watch.
Everything on your screen right now is about a globe paradigm.
No, 1 second. You're not reading it, man. So
yes, I am. I'm reading it better than you are.
So look, the top talks about what they believed in. The bottom talks about what they started bringing in the 17th century, which was basically.
It's still talking about 200 BC.
Brother, right here it says 230 BC, but if you keep reading down, it says they got challenged. Where my fingers at, it got challenged in Western culture. Right here, Western culture. You see that part?
Okay,
right?
the
And then
ancient
it's
Greeks
these
believe. Yeah, I
Jonas,
see that. The ancient Greeks believed
Jonas
that the motions of the
Kepler,
planets were circular, a view that was not challenged in Western culture until the 17th
the
century.
17th century when
So it's
Johannes
talking now
Kepler
about the
thought,
Copernican revolution
yes,
from the
yes, and then
geocentric globe Earth to the heliocentric globe Earth. Both
which
paradigms were about a
postulated
globe.
that postulated that both orbits were heliocentric and elliptical.
Yeah,
Right
both
now, what?
paradigms
Stay with me.
before and after this shift were globe paradigms. You literally showed us a picture of it on your screen earlier.
1 second, stay with me. Now, in the 6th century BC, Anaximander proposed a cause. I can't even read. I don't know why I can't see my whole screen. It usually sees the whole thing. He proposed a cosmology in which Earth is shaped like a section of a pillar, a cylinder held aloft at the center of everything. The sun, the moon, and the planets were held visible within the wheels and off the big box.
Yeah. Do you see this?
This is the best part.
Do you see
Brother,
this?
this is the best part. Or not. You don't want to read the best part. That's cool, man.
No, I know where you were going with it. I was trying to interject something here. You've been presenting for a while, and seemingly aimlessly, I'm trying to show you something relevant. Okay?
That's subjective.
Yeah, it's my opinion. You're right. It's subjective.
Brother, your original claim was that nowhere in time in history did they predict that things rotated around them above their head, correct?
What I said was that no ancient culture as a whole, I specifically clarified at one point, I don't mean simple individuals, because yes, there were a few individuals that believed this, but no ancient culture as a whole that believed in a flat earth believed that the sun
as a whole
circled overhead and was illuminating some part of the earth at all times.
The Greeks weren't a whole?
No, there were anomalies. You just found one. Anaximander was an anomaly. That's why on my graphic right here, there's an asterisk next to Greek.
Yeah, so I understand you have a little graph that you made yourself based off of your own research. That's not objective or whatever, but
no, this is objective.
That's objective to your researcher.
It's objective to the facts that I researched.
Yeah, so it's the facts that I brought up the Antikythera as a model.
You didn't bring up any analysis of the Antikythera mechanism that supports anything we were saying.
Everything I'm reading to you is in reference of the Antikythera model. You know that, right?
No, you were spending time reading about geocentrism and the Copernican revolution. That is all completely separate.
Model. Do I have to? Oh my gosh! Can I get the big box then? If that's true, if it's all separate, it has nothing to do with the Antikythera model. Watch this, right, man? Let's keep reading. They propose
I'm sure there's some tie-in.
Shaped like a cylinder, held at the center of everything. The sun, moon, and planets were held visible like wheels, which surround the Earth, and those holes humans could see concealed at them and around. At the same time, Pythagoras thought that the Earth was a sphere in accordance of observations of eclipses, but not at the center. So we're right here. Before we get to Pythagoras, the Antikytheric model based off of...
That's not the Antikytheric model. That's Anaximander. Nowhere on that page does it reference the Antikythera mechanism.
Anaximander. Hey, 1 second. What model did he reference off of? So when he was
thinking, he came up with that on his own. That was his idea.
Wait. So you think? Well, hold on. That's your claim right now. You think he represented this by himself with no geocentric, stationary plane as a reference of the Antikytheric model, correct?
Why are you interjecting those weird things into this? I wasn't saying that. I was saying Anaximander's model was Anaximander's model. It was not the Antikytheric model. I don't know why you're calling it that. It has almost nothing to do with the Antikythera mechanism.
Well, that's not true, but that's why I'm making clarifying your claim. Is that your claim?
Every single model of the time was geocentric, almost, with very few exceptions.
You can get the big box real quick, man. I mean, I gotta go to my camera real quick because I got exactly where Anaximander's idea was proposed based off of the Antikytheric model.
What? Okay, tartar sauce. I got 3 other people in queue to join, and we've been going at it for a while. And it does seem like you have a tendency to try to knock the conversation off the rails into the weeds. So I think I'm gonna say thank you for joining.
Oh my god, are you serious? I get the evidence that you're whining about. Now you're gonna kick me off because somebody wants to join
Whining
even
about,
though I
really?
already waited my turn. Yeah, dude, we're complaining that I'm doing my research because you didn't want to do it.
You were doing research on our time with 3 people
I
in the
already
queue.
did it. It's in my camera roll. That's why I already have it.
Okay, well, it was
I
taking you long
told you how to
enough.
get
Go ahead
to
and
my
present.
photos.
Go ahead and present. I'll give you
Wow.
another few minutes.
Patience is a virtue, brother.
Oh, I know
Come on.
that.
Yeah, you know that. You think you're a spinning water ball, bro. Relax, man. Check it, man. Here we go.
I don't really like your attitude so far. You're kind of edging the rules here on my live.
Brother, well, you're kind of respectfully, man. You're kind of appealing to, whatever. I'm not gonna say it, but let's talk about this guy real quick. Your claim was that he did not get his ideology or information based off of the Aztec terrorism model. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's correct. I am claiming that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's read this real quick, man. Now, he succeeded the Thales and became the master of the schools where he counted for, but of course, you're not going to be able to see it. 1 second, I'm going to take a
I
better
see it.
screen
It's Anaximenes
shot.
and arguably Pythagoras among his pupils. Maybe the audience can't see it, but I can see it.
You can see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Anyways, yeah. So, long story short, I was going to show you exactly word for word where it states that the Aztec terrorism model is what his reference was from. All right?
Yeah, I'm
Literally
waiting with bated breath.
Literally 6 seconds, man. Don't kick me off. Hold on.
I need like one of those things of music that for waiting, like on that game show. Make that 4 people in queue. Some of these people probably want to talk to tartar sauce, I'm guessing. But I like to keep things 1v1. Oh, 5 people in queue. Well, tartar sauce, either you or I are very popular right now. Is your guy on YouTube says Control F Antiketh equals no results.
Yeah, no, that's not what it was, man. My bad. My phone is just had to die, but it's alright. Alright. You're saying what about what? You're saying you're famous or something? That's cool.
No, I was saying either you or I are popular because there were 5 people in queue to talk to one of us.
Well, yeah, it looks like it's a lot of globes. I just went through reviewers. They're all globers. And I know them too, so it's whatever. Anyways, check it.
You must have a lot in your camera roll.
Yeah, I do, man. I do this all day, every day, man.
You should try to organize it better.
Well, I know, dude. I know. I gotta get like a file or something, dude. But it's better on my computer, but I don't have it. So, anyways, this is the clockwork mechanism of the whatchamacallit. Oh, this isn't the right one. This is the Ori cycle. Sorry. You're right about the organization part, but my bad. It's probably like an F. If you're to grade this, I'll admit it. It's an F because it's not organized.
That's all right.
All right, here it is. Oh wait, so I did. I mean, it was a Google search and it's AI. Is that bad?
Go ahead and present it. It's I mean, if I need to challenge something that it says because it's an AI summary and it's wrong.
Do you have a computer on you? Do you have a computer on you?
Yeah, if you want me to Google something, I can do that.
Well, yeah. Do you want to fact check me too? While I'm doing, well, I'm gonna show you my AI, but you can fact check it
Well, the
too,
thing
just to
is,
back it up.
the thing is, I know that you're wrong, and that there is no evidence to support what you're saying. So if you think
Really?
otherwise, then you have to present the evidence. I mean, you.
No, I mean I would. I'm just gonna show you Google AI, man. I mean, unless you want me to press this, you know what? I'll just press the link because I'm not trying to go back and forth.
What did you Google? I'll just show it here.
Yeah, man. Search up did well, obviously that freaking Alex did whatever used as a click
An
model as reference.
Axamander?
What's up?
What about an Axamander? What am I looking for?
Yeah, yeah. Look up did he use the as a etheric model as reference?
So you want to ask AI if an Axamander used the Antikythera mechanism as a reference.
Well, yeah, that you said that he didn't. Did you not say that? I mean, I don't know what. I mean, I don't know what's funny, man. You're the one that's. You said that was your claim you made. It was based off of a legit claim. Keep scrolling down, bro.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Dude, that's literally not what mine says, but it's alright. Here, I'll show you what mine says. I'll show you what mine says, bro. Don't worry.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. This is I'm having fun here. Are we gonna have another long intermission here? You know what? Tartar sauce. I'm gonna have to say, like, you're welcome back on my live. Like, I appreciate you trying to observe my rules, and you know, once we backed off on the sunset thing, you started to behave yourself a little better. But I can't just like wait indefinitely. You know, get your evidence together. If you still believe an Axamander used the Antikythera mechanism, by all means, get that evidence together, and next time I'm live, you know, request to join again, and we'll talk about it. But I got 4 people still in queue.
Yeah, and those 4 people are Globers, so if you're looking for opposition, man, you probably should keep me on. But check it out, I found it, man.
Mr. M. Tate, are you a Glober?
I mean, if he's not a Glober, that's fine. I'll just drop, man. But I'm just saying, it took me a while. One, my phone overheats out of an iPhone 12, and it's laggy as dog water. It's horrible.
I also got somebody named Dose of Truth. I kind of think he's probably not a Glober.
Who? What's his name?
Dose of Truth? There's Unicode characters in it too, but
Let me check the viewer. Let me see. I might know him. He is Those are true. Yeah, I don't see him on your viewers list, man. But yeah, maybe you want to just ask him real quick in the comments. Because if he's a flat earther, you can bring him up. I'll drop.
Okay, I just read what you have on screen. The latest computerized reconstruction of the Antikythera mechanism reveals a striking similarity to the model of the universe of an Axamander of Miletus. That doesn't really show that he used it as a reference. In fact,
yeah, bro. One second. Hold on, Peter. That was just the title. I didn't even actually show you the words because you said you were gonna kick me off, so I came back up, dude. There's a link to it. It's a PDF. If you want, you can look it up, and I'll send you the website if you want to. I don't know.
I mean, it sounded hypothetical anyway. Like,
you said what?
It sounded hypothetical anyway.
Well, it was based off of evidence that was collected to demonstrate where his information was in reference of. But yeah, so yeah, sure. I mean, that's cool. You know what, bro? If you want, bro, you can move on, bro. Agree or disagree on that, bro. Like,
yeah, it doesn't really matter because the point is that robothemism is isolated in history. That was the original point I was trying to make. That you basically believe in a cult dogma that started in the 1800s.
Says this guy. All right, dog.
Okay. I'm serious. Look, That's not an ad hom or anything. Look. Oh shoot. I'm not sharing my screen.
Well,
Hold on.
if you want, man, we can still. If you don't mind, I don't know why no one ever talks about the floor on there, but we can, if you want, we
It's
can talk about
because
the
it's
floor.
a lot easier to establish the shape of the Earth using the sky.
Really?
Yeah,
So
you
if
can't just
I want to measure,
gatekeep that evidence because you don't like the outcome. It's valid evidence. Look,
oh, that's sad.
here's a Venn diagram showing my point with more clarity here
Okay.
about robothemism versus ancient cosmologies. Can you see this?
Yep.
So everything in the green circle is a flat Earth model. Everything in the red circle is a model that can explain time zones, and everything in the blue circle is a model that can explain sunset. Ancient cosmologies, like the ones we've been discussing, they are flat Earth, and they explain sunsets, but they cannot explain time zones, because in their models, it was daytime for all of mankind at once, and then nighttime for all of mankind at once in a cycle, because they believed the sun went under a flat Earth. Are you following?
Not the esoteric model, dude. I can show you that. If you want, I can show you the geographic, the graph. Excuse me. If I press images of the
That
sun's
doesn't
path
even
based
count
off
as
the
a flat Earth
esoteric
model, okay? I'm not talking about ancient cosmologies that are not flat Earth.
Okay.
You read yourself, Anaximander's model was a cylinder Earth, based on most interpretations.
Well, you're talking about the sun, right? Yes, a cylinder Earth. Sure, I don't care what shape the Earth was. Your claim was the sun.
I'm talking about I'm zooming out here, okay? Talking about a bigger subject, the cosmologies. Okay, I'm categorizing the cosmologies for you because flat Earth has screwed with your brain on that. Okay, so Anaximander's cosmology is nowhere on this Venn diagram. It's completely outside all of it because it's a cylinder Earth. It's neither flat Earth, it's neither globe. I mean, I guess you could put it somewhere maybe, but it's not what I'm talking about. It's an outlier. Nobody believes that the Earth is a cylinder nowadays, as far as I know.
Not that I meant.
Okay, so the ancient cosmologies that were flat Earth were non-robothemist. They understood sunset, and they believed generally the sun went under the Earth, which defies the concept of time zones because they didn't know about time zones. Robothemism is the model that was started by Samuel Robotham in the 1850s, and it is a flat Earth, but it denies sunset. And I can show you the quote from his book. He says basically, although the sun appears to move down, it's always parallel to the Earth and moving away horizontally, and it's an effective perspective. That is sunset denial, and because it denies the evidence that I showed you, that I personally collected, showing that the sun goes down and not away. Samuel Robotham denied that evidence, and it was an exchange he was making. He had to deny sunset in order to make flat Earth compatible with time zones. So he was leapfrogging from over here, like between the blue and the green, over to the yellow, between the green and the red. That's what Samuel Robotham did, and that's what your ideology descends from.
Okay, that's, respectfully, I'll just agree or disagree.
It's based on objective fact.
Well, the objective fact is that every ancient civilization believed in a flat Earth, but you're neglecting that part. You want to talk about the specific sun, which is kind of contradictory to the shape of the ground, not the sky. But we're going to pretend that's analogous to this conversation.
Are you going to say that the ancient models that believed in a flat Earth were correct in believing the sun went beneath that flat Earth? Is that the model that you want to espouse?
I'm not saying that they're correct, but respectfully, Peter, you're
then why are you using them at all?
The sun. The same reason they're using the sun as a reference to the shape of the ground. It makes no sense, right?
Of course it makes sense.
It makes sense to use the sun as a reference of 8 inches per mile square of the Earth's curvature?
8 inches per mile
69.1
squared
miles
is your
per
cult dogma. That is not science.
Cool. 1 second. So what do you appeal to? 69.1 or per degree? Is that what you appeal to?
That's probably a more accurate metric, yeah.
And 1 second, when you keep saying this dogma, bro, I can break down Pythagorean why it works just fine up to 1,000 miles. If you want to have the clip in PDF, matter of fact, I got that on stand up.
The reason I call it dogma is because it operates like cult dogma in the way that it propagates. It doesn't come from science. No scientist has ever said the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Only flat earthers say that, and they force it onto globe science like a cult dogma. That's why I called it that.
Well, can you do me a favor then? If that's true, I'll give it to you. But all you gotta do is show me one Earth curvature website that doesn't use 8 inches per mile square as a reference point.
Sure. Give me 1 second here.
If that's true, I need to know and educate myself. And two, I've never seen it.
Walter Bislin is a brilliant glober, and he has an Earth curve calculator right
and
here.
It's based off of 8 inches per mile square.
Oh, no, it's not.
We'll break it down. That's okay. I already went over this with someone. So go ahead.
It adheres roughly to 8 inches per mile squared because 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation. This does not use 8 inches per mile squared. It's actually more accurate. It's not an approximation. It's an actual calculation based on the model.
Yeah, did his calculation end up with a parabolic equation? Or
No.
was it a hyperbolic?
It's neither. It's spherical because the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, so did he use triangles? Right?
You can use triangles to measure a sphere.
Well, did he? Okay, well, never mind. I'm not even going to get into that. Okay, cool. So can you show me where it's not using 8 inches per mile square? I see the website. I don't see the 8 inches per mile square on here.
Yeah, because you won't find it here. It doesn't use that.
Okay, so can you show me what it does use?
You just you give it inputs here about observer height, target distance, target size, etc., and then it gives you numbers. And if you want to know, if you want to know what it uses, you can dig into the page source and look at the JavaScript. You know, I haven't done that, but we could do that if you want.
Yes, please. By the way, I might be on pause because I have to text my brother disconnect, but I'm still hearing you. Well,
I don't believe you.
That's okay. I'll stay on channel, man. It's not a big deal, man.
I think you just want me to dig through JavaScript, and you're too bored, and you don't care, and you just don't want to listen. That's what I think.
Dude, don't care, bro. What? First of all, hold on, Peter. I definitely do care, dude. This is enticing. Well, I'm gonna text him, but I'm not ignoring him. I'm literally down at the
He might have this minified because he had flat earthers plagiarize it before, which means it'll be difficult for us to analyze exactly what it uses. So, yeah, that might be a dead end. But I can guarantee you it is not using 8 inches per mile squared. That would be completely ridiculous. No self-respecting glober would use that for an accurate measurement of Earth curvature.
Then I get the big box so I can show you the Pythagorean, why it's adequate and analogous to 8 inches per mile square based off. I think it's actually, if you want to get technical,
it's an okay approximation. It's pretty. You called it a code, which is kind of disrespectful, but I think if you want to get technical, I think it ends up being 7.008 or something like that. But real quick, I get the big box. I dispute what you said about it being disrespectful. What's disrespectful is flat earthers constantly referencing it instead of actual globe science. That's disrespectful.
Well,
because that's a straw man of the globe. Do you understand that?
Okay. Well, from your angle, sure.
Thank you. All right.
Well, you know 8 inches per mile square. The Pythagorean uses a 15-digit precision formula, right? Based off of your radius value.
What?
It's okay. I'll get the if I can, I'll show you when you intrude up. Check it. So real quick, it's you can't. I don't know, everything's always so zoomed in. It's so weird. My bad, man. But long story short, it uses fit. Let me see, where's it at? You ever heard of AutoCAD 20? You ever heard of AutoCAD before?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a 15 digit precision.
That's not what
code.
AutoCAD is. It's saying
Auto-
that it used 15-digit precision in AutoCAD.
Yeah, so yes, you know, but within that, you put in Earth's radius, right, to dictate the drop rate over distance.
Yeah.
And the drop rate, right? Well, for one, the drop rate is 8 inches per mile square up to 1,000 miles. Over that, it becomes a parabolic equation. I think you can agree to that.
No.
Um,
It does not become a parabolic equation.
8 inches per mile square isn't a parabola.
Oh, yes. 8 inches per mile squared, yes. But that Pythagorean method is not a parabola.
No, but 8 inches per mile square is.
Yes.
And number two, guys, it states that the Walter Blisman model uses approximation of 8 inches per mile square for Earth's curvature. So whoever told you he doesn't use 8 inches per mile square, I think they're lying to you.
Another AI summary. You actually asked AI, does Walter Bislin's calculator use the approximation of... Show us what your search terms were.
Everything you just said was literally that. It was literally, does Walter Blisman use 8 inches per mile square for his map?
Number one, that's a ridiculous thing to search. And number two, it's ridiculous that you're trusting an AI summary on this.
Why are you doing that? Hold on. Are you gonna
because it's true.
Have some intellectual integrity, Peter. Come on, man.
I am. That's a ridiculous thing to search. That's not how you determine those facts. An AI summary is not going to know Walter Bislin's methodology in how he crafted his curvature Earth curve calculator.
I mean, I can press the link if you want to break it down.
Yeah, go ahead and press the link. I challenge I challenge the AI summary.
I know, but I'm not trying to get dropped because I know other people want to come in. But if you're cool with it, it takes 5 seconds. I just press the link.
Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, I see. You were working on off a screenshot. Because you can't share your screen, I guess. Okay. I should probably actually end my live soon. I've been live for almost 4 hours.
Hey, Peter. Respectfully, how long have you been doing this?
Doing what exactly?
Trying to debate and debunk the flat Earth.
6+ years. Going on.
And by the way,
depending on when you start counting, you could say I've been doing it for 8 years.
For anyone watching, the 8 inches per mile square reference is literally in Walter Blisman's his own math. Right here, it's in the blog information. It literally states that imputation of the angles was based off of the derivation of 8 inches per mile squared, and then he on his own website breaks down the formula and sequence.
Yeah, and you think that debunks something that I said?
You just said that he doesn't.
You found a page on his website that shows the derivation of how someone got 8 inches per mile squared. That does not mean that he used it in his calculator.
Well, one, I googled it. It stated yes, Walter Blisman uses this for 8 inches per mile squared. Two, I pressed the link, and the link's directed towards his website based off of how he comes in a sequence of it. But you know what? Just to make it even better, Peter, I got something else for you.
Your page right here. Don't move that. Don't move that. Okay. It says, here I give the accuracy of the approximation and derive the exact formulas and the approximation 8 inches per mile squared and compare the results
to a calculator form. There's a TO after research. If you want, I can zoom out and take another screenshot.
No, it's fine. Does that link, that calculator form, does that link to the form that I showed you earlier?
You said what, sir?
You see the words are blue, calculator form. That links
Yeah.
somewhere. Where does that link?
You want me to press it? Here, one second. I can press it.
I probably should have had that on my screen because I can click links and share screen. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to get to any other guests tonight. I hope nobody is upset about that. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So I guess that doesn't really answer the question because that's a different form than we were looking at before.
Well, its variable is calculated off of his correct and imperial unit, which is based off of a metric system of this.
That page was showing the accuracy of the approximation, basically.
Yeah, and the accuracy was literally 8 inches per mile. Well, it wasn't actually. It was off by maybe. If you want, let me go back to it one second.
It doesn't matter. I'm not challenging the accuracy of the approximation.
Well, you just said Walter Blisman doesn't use 8 inches per mile square, and you also stated no Earth.
What I said was his calculator doesn't use that.
Brother, did you or did you not say that no Earth calculator uses 8 inches per mile square as a reference point?
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that at all.
No, you said that every single one does, and I challenged that.
Correct. Facts. Correct. Yeah. And then I obviously, you try to use Walter Blisman, I corrected it. Whatever, who cares, right? It's boring. Anyways, check it out, man. No, it's cool, man. It's cool. I'm not... Dude, no one's trying to come off condescending, man. So if that's how I sound, that's not my intentions. Check it. Well, yeah, everything I'm seeing right here, man, is based off of the grid system. Of course, you can't read it. Whatever, who cares? Anyways, it works just fine, Peter. So if you want, man, you want to talk about the ground, or do you want to talk about the sun some more?
No, I gotta end my live. I've been going for 4 hours, and it's almost 6 in the morning.
You've been live for 4 hours?
Yes.
I'm just now seeing this live? Yeah,
well, you've been on it for over an hour.
Really?
You've literally occupied a quarter of the time that I've been live.
Wow. Well, before you end your live, do you want to go over like at least one observation of the ground? You can choose it, or I can choose it. I don't care.
Well, before we go over an observation of the ground, we have to go over the reason why that's an absolutely abysmal methodology. Because I know what you're going to show is a long distance observation and say, oh, look, there's missing curvature, right?
Well, if you want, I don't even got to show it to you. I'm assuming you already know the Chicago skyline, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Why can't we see it so far?
Atmospheric refraction.
Cool. What are your two isotropic mediums?
That's not how refraction works.
Can you name me another refraction law besides Snell's law that you're invoking?
I'm invoking Snell's law. That's not how Snell's law works.
Okay.
Snell's law can be integrated in a continuous fashion across a continuously changing medium. That's exactly what we're talking about here.
Snell's law describes the relationship between angles of incidence and refraction of light, referring to passing through boundaries between two isotropic mediums, such as water, glass, air. Now, the only problem with the people I debate is they claim that the atmosphere is they use it as a reference of a medium that's isotropic, but everyone knows air is isotropic, but the atmosphere is anisotropic and non-homogeneous with a different gradient.
Yeah, so you have to treat every location in the air as a separate medium. That's what that means.
No. So
yes.
Isotropic. So what's the difference between isotropic and anisotropic, Peter?
Isotropic means the same in all directions.
Cool. So if something's not the same in all directions, then how can you claim that it's bending the?
It is the same in all directions. It's just not the same in all locations.
One second. So now the atmosphere's density is the same in all directions?
Direction is not the same as location.
Oh no, come on now, Peter. Don't be like that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just answering your question.
So the atmosphere is non-homogeneous. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with that.
Cool. So if it's non-homogeneous and it's first, I personally would say it's got different density gradient. It's a density gradient. Correct?
Of course it is. We measured
Cool. So
that.
if it's a cool. So if it's a density gradient, is it vertical or horizontal?
It's vertical.
Awesome. So if it's vertical, right? Then the question was, where is it that it has a constant, continuous medium? Where is it?
A continuous change in medium because it's a continuous change in density.
Exactly, which contradicts what you just stated. You stated that it can work based off of a you just stated that it would work because it's not continuous.
Okay, I'm going to change tactics because you clearly don't understand what I'm saying.
All right.
What exactly do you think will happen to a ray of light that's going through a continuously changing medium such as the atmosphere? And what law do you think governs that behavior?
Probably Fermat's principle, or you could use Snell's law or Fermat's principle, but
you can use Snell's law, really?
Well, you're right, because it's different gradient. You're right, got me there, almost got me there. So check it. Well, hold on. If that's true, you just contradicted what you just said. You just said Snell's law works just fine. Remember?
Yeah, because you need to integrate it continuously. You need to change. You need to basically break it down into little tiny steps, where the ray of light steps a little tiny bit, and then hits another change in medium, refracts, steps again, hits another change in medium, refracts, steps again, and basically it's doing that continuously at an infinitesimal level. That's how you integrate continuously using Snell's law. And I actually wrote a simulation to do that.
So how many times, 1 second, so for Snell's law, for the angle of incidence to be bent, how many mediums do you need?
Each instance of refraction, it can be analyzed as 2 media.
Cool. So they need to be isotropic or anisotropic? That's the part you're getting lost on. Isotropic.
No, I'm not getting lost. Do you think isotropic is the same as homogeneous?
No, I think isotropic is something that stays continuous in all directions, correct?
Isotropic means the same in all directions.
Cool. So if it needs to be the same in all directions, but you can see
not at all locations, just in all directions.
What in the world? Elaborate.
Homogeneous is not the same as isotropic. Isotropic and homogeneous are different things. Isotropic means if you look in any direction, then the properties of what you're talking about is going to be the same.
Constant, yes, the medium, yes.
Homogeneous means if you move to any location, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, I know what homogeneous means.
Isotropic, it can be treated as an isotropic medium infinitesimally.
Okay, so now it's infinitesimal. Can you quote this word for word, or can you quote this somewhere I can look it up?
I don't think that I would have a source that you would understand. You have to use calculus to do this. And it's probably in the Wikipedia article that you're showing on screen right now.
No. Under this Wikipedia article, it goes straight to history, and then it goes to like you know what I mean, like the different tabs.
All right, let's
pull it up. You can get the big screen. That's okay. You can get the big screen. You look up Snell's law. God, you have so many angry Globers in the chat, man. It's so weird.
Why is it weird that there's a lot of Globers in the chat? I'm a Glober. It's my audience.
No, it's weird that I know, but it's weird that there's a lot more to your search than mine.
Oh, you're talking about the search results?
Yeah, there's a lot more than what it gave me. It gave me this, and then it just gave me history and references.
Okay, so I'm not actually familiar enough with all of this stuff to know where this is in the source. It could be that it's one of these principles discussed.
Well, it's not Fermat's principle, because Fermat's principle is based off of...
I don't know. I would have to do some research if you wanted a source to confirm what I'm saying, but I have heard this from a PhD physics student, or sorry, a PhD physics expert. So I'm confident in what I'm saying. You can use Snell's
So
law
then,
and integrate it according to the principles of calculus in order to use it to understand refraction through a continuously changing medium. And I
so
did
you're
that.
saying, wait, so your main claim is Snell's law is applicable to
Yes.
a continuous different changing medium,
Yes.
even though it specifically states it needs to be isotropic. You're contradicting that, correct?
That's not a contradiction. That's a special case. That's easier to
A
calculate.
special it's a special case. What? All right,
In
what's
order
okay,
to
I'll let you
use
pull
the
it.
law mathematically, you have to properly analyze and frame the situation. In order, if you don't have a defined threshold, like if it's a refraction across, you know, like here's a water bottle, you know, you got on one side air and then you've got on the other side water. Of course there's plastic in between, so in technically you have two changes of medium. You know, that's a classical case that's easier mathematically to analyze. You don't need to do anything fancy. You can just use Snell's law as is. But if you've got a continuously changing medium, then you need to integrate it continuously. So break it down into tiny pieces.
So may I give you an example? If
Hold
I have
on,
a
it
fish
says
tank.
it said
Oh, my
sorry,
bad.
it said my live was interrupted. Hold on. I think it's back. Okay, so
Oh yeah, you didn't freeze. You're still loading.
you break it down into small pieces, infinitesimal pieces. The smaller the piece, the more accurate the result. And once you do that, then you can use Snell's law again. You have to use it properly. When it says that it requires two mediums, that's what it's trying to say, is that in order, if you don't have two mediums, then you have to find two mediums in the scenario. Two pockets of air with different densities count as two mediums.
But can we both agree that the angle of incidence is gonna go towards the denser medium, correct?
The light does bend toward the denser medium, yes.
Awesome, cool. So hypothetically, if I have a fish tank filled with water, right? I have salt in it. I put sugar in it after. I let it equalize based off its density. Now, if I shoot a laser through it, you got the glass, the water, and two mediums that are in it, correct?
I guess. I mean, I've
Cool.
never
So,
mixed
is there-
salt and sugar in a fish tank before, right?
Well, I'm trying to give you an example of different gradient, right? So which angle, where would the light go? So if I shoot it from one direction out the other direction, right? Where do you think the light would be? Do you think it would curve like through the like? Do you think there'd be like a curve on the way out?
I
Or do you
don't
think it's
know.
just gonna
You're
be
not describing
like
this situation in enough detail. I can't tell what you're...
how many angles of incidences do you think you would have if you have two mediums with glass and water already as two isotopic mediums?
I don't really understand your question. I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm also getting
like where-
tired. I need to end my live and go to bed. Like, I haven't...
All right, man. Well, look, if you can't show me what, so your main claim was what? So you stated that mathematically you can make Snell's law work with a continuous gradient, correct?
Yes. I've actually done this in a computer simulation to show that it's consistent with what we observe. Do you see this? This is a... You're still there?
still see it. Even when I'm on pause, you just become a smaller screen on my phone, man. This is what this is the. What is this?
This is my computer simulation showing that a continuous density gradient in the atmosphere would result in light bending around the curve of the Earth.
So where's light bending around the curve of the Earth?
Through the atmosphere.
No, I mean like is it that line that you're referencing?
Yeah, it's this. Hold on. I need to zoom in on it a little. This white line is the path that the light takes in my simulation. The red line is a straight. If you can see the red line, it's a straight line for reference. Now, the curve of the Earth is exaggerated here so that you can see it more easily. I basically just took the render and squashed it horizontally. But you can see it.
Why?
It can wrap around pretty far.
Why? One second. Why? Two things. One, what are your mediums in there that are continuous and different gradient? And
It's
two,
just air.
So air is isotropic, but when it's in the atmosphere, it's anisotropic.
No, that's not correct.
Yeah, so the atmosphere is anisotropic.
Homogeny is not the same as isotropy.
Is the atmosphere isotropic or anisotropic?
For the purposes of Snell's law, it's isotropic.
No,
it's not homogeneous, but it is isotropic.
Incorrect. Not true. The atmosphere is anisotropic. I can back that up if you want.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I know that Snell's law applies. I had a PhD physicist confirm that I was doing this correctly.
Well, your PhD physicist lied to you because the atmosphere is
No, I don't think you understand physics better than a PhD student or a PhD physicist.
Is that why Angel and Nathan, kind of made Tony look kind of weird?
What are you talking about?
He was a PhD. Wasn't Tony? Didn't he have a PhD?
Yes, Tony has a PhD.
Tony got dog walked. Come on, now, be honest, bro.
That's embarrassing for you to say, embarrassing to you, because Tony did not get dog walked. First of all, that's a ridiculous phrase to use, and second of all,
that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's a stupid opinion.
Well, that's subjective.
Not really.
Well, based off of statistical facts, bro, they showed evidence that were actually observable.
No, they didn't.
Through the scientific method.
No, they didn't.
Well, let me ask you this, Peter. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment, Peter?
You don't understand science enough to try to gatekeep and enforce some cookie cutter method of how to do science.
Well,
that's not what this is about.
In this reference, do you know what they are? Because if you know what they are, then I'm going to ask you about your example here.
I am showing on my screen a simulation that I wrote showing that the atmosphere can bend light around the curve of the Earth.
Did you just say a cookie cutter explanation? Yo, that's crazy. No, dude. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment? If you know
we're not doing your cult script.
Oh, we're not gonna do it. Okay. Well, if you know it, then I don't know why you can't answer it.
Because there's no such thing. There is no such thing. Flat Earthers made it up.
Really?
They got it, or they got it from a middle school source, like telling little kids how to do their science fair project. There is no formal, recipe that you have to follow step by step with all the right parts in order to do science. That's not how science works. And you are just changing subjects to that because we're about to be proven wrong here.
No, that's incorrect. First of all, you just stated and quoted that the atmosphere is isotropic, which you're incorrect. It's anisotropic. And number two, you don't understand Snell's law, because if you did, you understand the angles of incidence needs something that stays a constant. And then the angle of incidence gets broken based off of the second isotropic medium. So...
No, you're reciting cult dogma to tell me that I don't understand something that I definitely do understand, and you definitely don't.
Brother, this is the atmosphere is anisotropic. It's not isotropic. That's a quick Google search if you want to stop arguing back and forth.
All right. is the atmosphere. We'll use your method here and look at the AI summary.
Cool. Yeah.
Is the atmosphere isotropic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Says
so
no, the atmosphere is not anisotropic.
all right, so
Yeah,
it does look like I was perhaps misusing this word. In this case, maybe it is similar to homogeny. However, that doesn't change the fact that, as I said before, if you had been paying attention, you
No,
can.
because now we have to go back on your model. Let's go back on your model, and now you got to fix your model, redo your model, and then next time I debate you, let me know if you. Like next time I debate you, because I hope you debate me again, like when I'm actually prepared.
Okay, tartar sauce. This is important. You remember my live rules that you agreed to?
Yeah, man.
I want to make sure that you are not about to viciously violate them. Okay? I heard you take a screenshot. I hear you preparing to claim victory as though you just caught me in some kind of gotcha moment to show me that I'm
taking
wrong.
a screenshot. No, I think you're missing. No, not. First of all, I would screen record, and I can't screen record when I'm live. And second of all, it's screenshots to show you something if you're cool with it. But I doubt you're gonna let me show you it.
I told you earlier that I was on guard because I saw that you were learning from Angels of Light, who is a toxic, filthy human being.
Wait, why are you? Hold on, Peter. I actually think you're super cool, but why are you acting like this is Star Wars? Like I'm learning from the dark side or something.
Because you flat earthers do that.
Dude, I love the science. I'm not trying to make you look or belittle or clip you. I don't care enough to clip you.
That's the only reason you're not going to clip me?
Brother,
because
I
you
don't
don't
know.
care
First
enough?
of all, but in order to clip someone, you have to screen record or you have to record the live. So unless you make me moderator, you give me live access, or another flat earther clips this, then I'm not clipping squiggly squat. And also, this is my burner account. My main account got banned because one of your friends that are Globers reported me for things I don't do and didn't do on my live. So no.
Not all Globers are my friends, by the way.
I hope you know Angel.
I kind of feel like he doth protest too much. The fact that you just spent like 6 sentences trying to assure me that you weren't clipping me or screenshotting me or whatever. Look, I don't even care if you were. What I care is the intent behind it. Are you
What am I doing? What am
imitating Angels of Light and Nathan Thompson in guerrilla tactics? That's what I care about. Because if you
when you're
are
trying to make people look dumb online.
Yeah, trying to make people look dumb online. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Have I done it before? Yes. Am I doing it right now? No, I'm not recording.
I wasn't asking you if you were recording. That wasn't the question.
Well, that's the only way I would clip. How else am I supposed to clip when I record? A screenshot's kind of boring. Doesn't really say much with a screenshot.
You took a screenshot of the AI summary that you thought debunked what I was saying.
Yes.
Which, it's very easy to see how a flat earther might think that was a gotcha moment that embarrassed me or something, even though it wasn't. Angels of Light does that. That's his tactic. Okay? And if you're going to do that on my live, you will never be welcome here again. Never. I will permaban you.
1 second, Peter. Come on, bro. You're cool, dude. It's not that deep, man. No one's trying to make you look dumb or be like.
Oh, there are people trying to make me look dumb. I'm not imagining that. Angels of Light has done that.
He made you look dumb.
No, he tried. And he had an audience who thought he succeeded. It's insane how huge an audience he has for what a filthy human being he is.
Can you give me 1 second? All right, you know what? I'm going to move on. Look, I'm not going to belittle or record any clips, brother.
I don't care if you do. I'm putting this on YouTube. I want a recording out there. That's not the point. The point is, how are you going to use the recordings? That's the point.
Well, first of all, are you going to put this specific one on YouTube with me in it or no?
It's live on YouTube. I'm doing streaming. It's been live the whole time.
Really?
Yeah. The whole thing is going to be on YouTube as a recording.
So, does that mean I'm allowed to get the recording?
Yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel, it'll be right there. I'm not going to send you a copy. You'll have to do that yourself. Screenshot or whatever.
I'm just asking Because no, I'm asking because that little model you made, bro, I think is actually kind of cool. But at the same time, I think it was incorrect because of the way you understood isotropic mediums. But if you can make it
It was
work,
not incorrect.
well, did you or did you not assume that the atmosphere was isotropic?
I just simply misunderstood what the term isotropic means in that article. I
And
understand perfectly well the atmosphere is not homogeneous. I thought those two words meant different things in this context. It seems like maybe they don't. It seems like maybe they do mean the same thing. It doesn't matter. That assumption was not relevant at all to the way I built my simulation. I know there's a pressure gradient. Obviously there's a pressure gradient. Everyone knows that, or at least they should. That was the whole basis of my simulation. How would I be ignorant of that?
Well, first of all, in your simulation, the light was being propagated through an isotropic medium, which you didn't have, which you needed to.
It was being propagated through a density gradient.
Which contradicts isotropic mediums. It needs to be continuous, not a different gradient.
No, let's go back to my question. What do you think would happen to a ray of light going through a density gradient?
A denser gradient? You said what happens if a light goes through a denser gradient?
Density gradient.
Well, the angle of incidence would change.
What angle of incidence?
Well,
you say we're not allowed to use Snell's law to analyze that. So what do we use?
Well, Snell's law, so if you want, I can quote it word for word. So Snell's law claims that order for the light, so you're claiming the light's being bent downwards, correct?
Yes.
The light needs to get bent downwards, right? You need to have an angle of incidence based off of two isotropic mediums. Now, for superior mirages and Fata Morgana mirages, right, they need to have an incidence angle of bending up.
This is not answering my question.
Well, I don't know. Well, I thought it did. One's up, one's down. I don't know what to tell you. Like that was kind of
no. My question was: let's imagine a ray of light is going through a density gradient. What happens to it, and what law is used to answer that question?
Vermont's
law.
Vermont's principle.
Vermont's principle. Okay.
Vermont's principle, not Vermont's principle.
Oh, Vermont's principle.
Vermont's principle. Vermont's principle. Come on, man.
Is that the same thing that was referenced on the Snell's law page?
Yeah. Do you know? Yeah. Well,
this one.
Yeah. So you know the difference between Fermat's principle and Snell's law is one requires isotropic medium to get more. So Snell's requires it to go down towards the denser medium. What you stated was what? You were asking.
Okay.
Wanted me to.
So this seems like it is what you get if you integrate Snell's law continuously, which is exactly what I did, as confirmed by the PhD physicist that I talked to.
Yeah, so name me on this Fermat's principle where the angle of incidence goes up or down.
I don't think that you're gonna understand Fermat's principle.
Well, I mean, you didn't understand isotropic mediums or Snell's law, so I don't know.
I misunderstood one term. That does not mean.
I misunderstand something too,
man. I'm not trying to insult you. Look, I'm just saying we are not ready for a discussion about Fermat's principle, what it is or how it works.
I promise you I am. I've studied it, bro. Don't stop judging people based off of their conversation or dialogue, man.
I can do that. I can judge based on the conversation and dialogue whether we are ready for a certain topic of science or not. Well, I don't even know what Fermat's principle is. Okay.
Oh my God, are you serious? You don't even know what it is, and you're telling me I'm wrong?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's not cool, dude.
Laugh all you want. That is the reality because.
That's wicked. That's wicked, though. Do you hear how incredulative that sounds? That sounds like straight incredulity, man.
It's not straight incredulity. I understand principles here.
Is.
Snell's law.
You don't know Fermat's principle. You just noted that. You don't
These are
understand the
different
Mars principle.
mathematical approaches to modeling the way that light behaves. Snell's law holds true in any case where you can reduce the physical situation to match the way the math is designed. By necessity, that means that if Fermat's principle is a general case that allows you to use it for continuous refraction, that Snell's law will converge on the same result if you continuously integrate it. That's what that means. I understand the math behind it. I wrote the simulation, and I have confirmation from a PhD physicist. So
I told you that the atmosphere was isotropic.
you're trying to nitpick one word that you
Yes,
found
I'm
in a
done.
Wikipedia article that you don't even understand what it means.
Really? Dude, why are you being like that, man? You're the one that didn't want the toxicity stuff, man. That's crazy.
I'm not being toxic to you. I'm being honest.
That is. You don't understand this. You don't understand that. I don't think you're ready for this.
You've said that to me just as much, and I have
haven't
actual
told you you're
basis
not
for
ready for
saying it to you.
nothing. Come on, dude. You sound very disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. Condescending, maybe a little.
I'll tell you what.
I'm
I'll
not
tell you
trying to
what,
be
Peter,
condescending, but
Peter, I had a good conversation, but I know you gotta go, man. Would you like to schedule a debate one-on-one? Either on modern debates or you can be on your TikTok because you seem like you're not one of those globers who mute me the entire time and don't even give me big box. So if you want, it could be on your panel. If you're down with it, DM me or I'll DM you or you can join my.
I don't know. I don't want to make a decision on that right now.
Are you nervous?
I just don't trust you. You're a fan of Angels of Light. You said that they dog walked PhD Tony.
I'm not a fan. He just happens to be one of the flat earthers who released an MD1 million solar filter time lapse of the sun changing angular size into focal point above the horizon. So, am I a fan? No. Is it analogous to my arguments that backs up the flat earth sun changing size? Yes. So, no, I'm not a fanboy. I don't scrub his toes and have posters on my ceiling. No. But yes, his work that he does is analogous to the conversation if you want. I can use my friend Rips.
Tiles on YouTube here points out he is using guerrilla tactics now. If I say I'm not sure I want to debate you and you immediately jump to asking if I'm nervous, if that's the reason, that's a guerrilla tactic.
So guerrilla tactic is a question? That's not a guerrilla tactic.
You just did it again. A guerrilla tactic is something that is manipulative. Okay, something that is...
Me asking a question is not manipulative.
The question you asked was manipulative because it insinuated something negative about my motive.
I'm not insinuating anything.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. All right.
Insinuating it means making a claim. I'm not making a claim.
That's not what insinuate means.
Really? I'm not referring you to be nervous. I'm asking you.
All right.
You know what, man?
Tartar sauce, I'm tired of you. I'm also tired in general. And I wanted to be done with this live a while ago, but you managed to stretch things along. And
I had good decorum, man, and I respected you for the most part, I think. So, whatever, man.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
All right, real quick, can you do a poll if I respected you before we leave? Or
no, we're not asking the audience. The audience can they can judge for themselves. That's fine, but that's not. Okay. You don't have control over my audience. Good night.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, brother.
Awakening's call. You just said, why is Peter escaping the argument? Muted. Not welcome. Also, I remember you deleting an entire comment thread just because you didn't like how it turned out. And then lying about it. So, yeah. I already know you're a coward. And Johnny's also muted. Guys, I am... I do not welcome flat earthers in my life who are going to make negative insinuations about people's motives just because they want to exit a conversation. That is guerrilla tactics, that is toxic behavior, and that is despicable. Get out of here. You are not welcome here if you're going to do that. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thank you so much, everyone else who's not using guerrilla tactics. Thank you for being here. I love the support you're showing. I am so grateful for it. It makes me feel so blessed. And I hope to see you next time. Have a good day. Good day, guys. I gotta end the YouTube stream and TikTok live.